In today's video, we're going to be building a complex app without any code. And in order to build this app, we're going to be leveraging some amazing technologies such as FlutterFlow, Supabase, and BuildShip. And throughout the video, I'm going to be showing you some innovative tips and tricks that are not only going to be easy to implement, but will also make your app easy to use for your end users. And so definitely watch this video until the end and do let me know if you have any questions or concerns. All right, now before we start building our app, it's very, very important to create an architecture and create a scope of the things that you're going to be working on. So in this section, I want to talk about the different things that are going to go into this app. So the scope of the app, the architecture, the schemas, etc., etc. This is very, very important. And you want to be spending plenty of time on this, okay? You don't want to like skip this step completely. All right, so right now we're going to be building a project management tool. And this is going to be a complex app. We're going to be using FlutterFlow, Supabase, and BuildShip. And so this is our kind of high-level app architecture, okay? So these are all the pages, these are all the things, the actions, all of the things that, you know, the user will be able to do in this app. So let's start off with this side on the left-hand side. So we have the home, which is going to be the dashboard, okay? But before they get to the dashboard, they need to log in, okay? This app is going to take advantage of authentication as well as authorization roles that we're going to be setting up in Supabase. So that way the user can see only the stuff that they are allowed to see, only the stuff that they are permitted to see. And so once they log in, they're going to be seeing a dashboard that we're going to define a little bit later. The next set of pages is going to be a project listing page. And this is going to be restricted based on a specific user role that I'm going to be covering in just a little bit. Now, from this project listing page, they can click on a specific project and they're going to be redirected to the project details. And they can also create a new project, okay? And this is going to be restricted to admin roles, okay? That we're going to be covering in just a little bit. And they'll also be able to delete a project as well as maybe edit the project as well. And we're also going to have a screen that lists the team members. So users involved in a specific project. Okay. And this is going to be available only to like admins or some other role. It's not going to be available to everybody. Now, inside of a project, you're going to have multiple tasks. Okay, so if you click, let's say, on project details, you're gonna have, you know, the various tasks that need to be completed as part of that project. So if your project is like finished, you know, creating this documentary, right? So one task could be, you know, finish filming, another task could be finish editing, create a script. All of these are tasks. Okay, so here we have a page that will display the various tasks for a specific project. And when you click on a specific task, you're going to be redirected to a task details page. And inside this task details page, you'll be able to edit it, do all kinds of things, and you'll also be able to create a new task, okay? And this is also going to be restricted to admins or a project manager. Okay, so only admins and project managers will be able to create the specific task and assign it to a user, right? Just a regular user will not be able to create a task, right? Because there's somebody that are going to be working on specific tasks. They're not going to be creating these tasks and assigning it, you know, to themselves, let's say. This is going to be done by higher level roles. Now, on the right-hand side, we have various other pages that are kind of separate, right? So we have things like the user profile that I've done in many of the apps. We are also going to have an admin panel that will only be available for admins. Okay, so admins will only see it, and we're going to be defining what's going to go into this page a little bit later as well. Next, we have the user management panel, so various user management tasks, and this is also going to be available only to admins. Okay, and last but not least, and maybe not even last, maybe we'll create more pages as we go along, but right now this is the last one that I have here in this architecture. This is going to be a role management page. And this is also gonna be available only to admins. And the idea for this page is admins will be able to go in there and add, remove various roles for specific users, right? So let's say I am a user, and as a user, I cannot do any of these things. And let's say an admin decides, okay, well, James should be able to create new tasks and assign them to various users. Maybe I was promoted to a kind of a team lead or a project manager, even better, a project manager. And so as a result, I should be able to create new tasks and assign them to various users or reassign tasks from existing users. And this is where you'll be able to do it on this page. So admins will be able to do it on this page. Okay, so this is our high level kind of diagram that I like to create for every app, especially if we are building a complex app. Okay, so moving right along, the next thing that you want to create is a schema. Okay, now we're going to be using Supabase, which is the best choice for most apps and my #1 pick for complex apps. Okay, it's a great backend, really easy and user friendly and intuitive when it comes to setting up your schema for your database so that you can save your data and get it back exactly how you want to. So there are two things happening here. Okay, so we have this this part here and this part here. Okay, so this is this part here and this part here, right? So it helps to kind of visualize it in two parts. So we have the users here, and this is a built-in table in Supabase, right? So when you turn on authentication, you're gonna have this table that Supabase will put your users. Once add your users will sign up. Now we might also have a situation where we might extend this table by creating another table called, let's say, users extension. Okay, and this is something that I've done before in order to put in more data in this table and link back to this table via a one-to-one relationship. Okay, but this is an optional step. It depends on what kind of data you need to store for each of the users. But regardless of what we're gonna do, what's important here is this role management. Okay, so the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna create a roles table that will have the role ID and the role name, and we're also going to create this user roles table, which is a many-to-many relationship. And it's a many-to-many relationship because it's a link between two existing tables, right? So we'll be able to take a user and connect it to a specific role. Okay, we'll also be able to connect multiple users to a specific role, or assign multiple roles to different users, right? So this is a classic many-to-many relationship. Okay, so this is our first kind of subsection here, okay, that you need to understand for roles management. And this is actually called RBAC, which stands for role-based access controls. Okay, and that way we can have a bunch of roles that I'm going to be talking about in just a little bit and connect them to the users. And that way, anytime a user logs in, we know exactly what roles they belong to, and based on those roles we can give them access to certain pieces of the app. So very important if you want to segment your app based on specific roles that the user has. Next, let's talk about this piece here. This is kind of the meat of the app, okay? Because roles are nice, but without this, you really don't have an app that we're talking about. And so in this section, we're gonna be creating a list of projects, and we are going to be linking a user to a project or multiple users to a project via this project members many-to-many relationship. Okay, so let's say I create 3 projects. I can link myself to those 3 projects, or I can link 3 other people to each of those projects separately. That's the beauty of this many-to-many relationship. And last but not least, we have the tasks table, and this is a classic one-to-many relationship, right? So, for each project, we may have multiple tasks, right? So if I have project called, make a documentary, we might have multiple tasks. So, do shooting, create B-roll, create A-roll, create a script, interview people, edit the video, etc., etc. All of these are tasks for a specific project. And so we're going to have multiple projects, and each project will have multiple tasks. And this is because right here, remember, we have project details. And for each project, when they click here, they're going to be seeing multiple tasks here. Okay. So this is our schema here. Of course, it may grow as we're developing the app, but right now, as of now, it kind of looks like what we're going to be working with. Okay. So moving right along, let's talk about the last piece of the puzzle. And this is roles and permissions. Okay. So we're building an app, a complex app that will have various roles, and in each of those roles we're going to have various permissions. So the way this works is that we're going to place one or more users in a specific role, and then we're going to link, we're going to create permissions on a role basis, on a role level. Okay, so let's talk about the 4 roles that we have here. So we have the admins, and admins can create and manage all projects and tasks. They can add or remove users. They can assign roles, change system settings, and have access to all areas of the app. So admin is like, you know, they have a kind of a blank slate, if you will, right? They can do absolutely everything. Right, they can do everything and anything. Okay, so very, very simple. Next, we have a manager role, or this is going to be a project manager essentially. Okay, so managers can create and manage tasks within their assigned projects, assign tasks to team members, track progress, and have access to reports and analytics. They cannot alter system settings or manage users outside of their project. So you can think about this as a project manager, right? It's kind of a subset of an admin to a specific project, right? That's kind of the best way to think about it. An admin controls all projects and system settings and app settings and all of these other things, as well as, you know, user settings. They can modify everything, whereas a project manager can only modify things in their domain, in their realm of a specific project. Okay. Next, we have a team member. Team members can view and update the status of tasks assigned to them, track their time, and collaborate with other team members. Their access is limited to tasks and information relevant to their work. Okay, so a team member is just like, let's say, me, right? If I'm not an admin, I'm not a project manager, I'm just a worker, just a regular worker. Maybe I'm a junior software engineer or something like that. I'm just writing code. So this project manager is gonna be actively managing the project. They're gonna be creating tasks, assigning those tasks to various team members, and myself being one of those team members, I'm gonna have various tasks that have been assigned to me, right? And so this is like a regular user, if you will. This is a regular worker. And last but not least, at least at this point in time, we have somebody who is an auditor or a reviewer. And these people can review project documentation, tasks, and reports. Their access is generally read-only with the primary purpose of oversight and quality control. Okay? So this is an optional role, and so let's see if we'll be able to implement it. But the idea here is they're going to have access to a lot of these other things, but it's only going to be read-only access, right? So whereas a lot of these roles, they have read and write access, but it's limited read and write access. But whereas an auditor and a reviewer has kind of this very, very wide oversight, right? They have very, very wide oversight, but it's mostly read-only, right? So they can see what's happening. They can, see if everything is correct, everything is correctly done, things like that, but they can't really modify anything, okay? So this is kind of what we have. So we have the main kind of architecture with the screens. We have the Supabase schema that we're going to be dealing with, and we have the roles and permissions that we are going to be configuring and using throughout our app. All right, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to set up our database. We need to set up our database schema and get that thing fully configured before we start building our app. So this is our schema right here. And now I'm going to jump into my Supabase account. So here I am in my Supabase account, this account right here. And as you can see, I have no tables, I have nothing here. So we are starting from scratch. Now, because we're using user authentication, you want to make sure that you have that configured first of all. So you can head over to project settings here, and then you can click on authentication, and you can enable this, allow new users to sign up and this will allow new users to sign up. This is kind of what you want. And if you head over to home, you should see all of this here, all the stuff that we're using. So things like database, auth, storage, as well as some of the other subsystems, okay? Next, you want to head over to authentication tab here, and inside this users section here, what I have selected, you can add users manually. So if you click on add user, you can send an invitation to a user for them to sign up, or you can create a new user manually. Now I already have a user created here, this james@james.com. And so what I can do is I can create another user. So I'm going to select create new user, and I'm going to do Mike. So I'm going to say mike@mike.com, and we're going to type in the password as well. And here we want to auto confirm the user. So this creates the user without sending them a confirmation email. So we're going to click create, and that's going to go ahead and create a new user for us, as you can see here. So now we have two users here that, you know, we can get started with. And of course, later on, we're going to be adding more users as well. Next, let's go back to our table editor and start building our schema. So if we go back to our diagram, we're going to start with this part here, okay? So we are going to do roles, and then we're going to create user roles, and we're going to work with this users table here, okay? So first, let's go ahead and create a table called roles. And this is a very, very simple table. Just a role name. So I'm going to put, let's say, role name, and this is going to be a text, and I'm going to hit save, and that's it. The purpose of this table is just to have the roles and to map them to IDs, because we're going to be linking on IDs, as you're going to see in just a second. All right, so here we have roles. I'm going to go ahead and insert the roles that we're going to be using. So we have the admin role here. I'm going to add this admin role. What else do we have? We have managers, team members, and then auditors. When you're creating your roles, you want to make sure that you are sticking to the same kind of naming system. So if you're going to be using plural, make sure all the roles are plural. If you're going to be using singular, just make sure they're all in singular kind of format, the naming convention, right? So I'm just going to go with singular admin. Let's go ahead and create a bunch of other roles. So let's say, what do we have here? We have manager, actually that should be right here. Next, we're gonna add another role, and this is going to be a team member and an auditor. So I'm just gonna put member, right? Just to kind of simplify it, and I'm gonna say auditor. All right, so now we have 4 roles, and the reason we did this, well, you know, to have a table where we store these roles, and also to get these IDs, right? Because we're going to be linking them via IDs. Okay, so now that we have this roles table, the next table that I want to create is this user roles, which is going to be this main many-to-many relationship table. So I'm going to click here, and I'm going to say user roles. Now for this user roles, we're going to be linking it to both users and the roles, right? So you want to have 2 foreign keys, user ID and the role ID. Okay, and here you can select your relationship. And for the users, you want to select the auth schema, and you want to select users here, click save. And for the role ID, you want to select the roles table, click save, and that automatically fills in the type and everything like that. And that is enough. We're going to hit save. All right, so here's our user roles table. Let's go ahead and add a couple of users to various roles. So I'm going to insert a row, and let's say I want to add James as an admin. Okay, so this is James right here, and the role ID is going to be 1, which is this admin here. So we're going to put James into the admin role, and we're going to create another record where we're going to select, and we're going to put Mike inside of a, let's say, a manager role. Okay, so now we have James who's an admin, and Mike, who is a manager. Okay, so this is enough, right? So if we go back to this diagram, this is complete. We're not using this extension right now, but we may change it up a little bit later. Next, let's go ahead and create these this part of the schema here: projects, project members, and tasks. Okay, so let's go ahead and create projects first. New table, projects, and what do we need? Well, we need the project name, which is a text. We may also want to create a description. So maybe description. In fact, I'm just going to give it just name, description. This is also text. We may also want to have something like start date, and this is going to be our start date. So something like a simple timestamp should suffice, and date, simple timestamp as well. And we also may want to create a status here. Okay, so the status is a simple text, although we can also create a special enum type as well. Let's see, maybe later on in this tutorial we may switch it around, but for now this should suffice. Okay, this is our projects table being created now. Next, let's go ahead and create this project members, which is a many-to-many relationship that's going to be linking users and projects, just like this table that's linking users and roles. So I'm going to do project new table, project. Okay, and here we're gonna have two foreign keys, so user ID and project ID. Okay, so this user ID, users, project ID is projects here, and that's about it. Hit save, and now we can place various users into various projects, assigning them just like what an admin can do. And last but not least, let's go ahead and create this task table here so that we can store individual tasks. New table tasks. The first foreign key is going to be the project ID because this is a one-to-many relationship linking to projects. Next, we may want to store the name of the task, the description, maybe the due date, right? When is it due? Maybe also the status. And we also may want to have a field that lets us assign this task to someone. Okay, so I'm just going to say assign to, and I'm just going to rearrange these because I like to have my foreign keys first, well, after created as a project ID assigned to, and the other fields later on. So name, description, due date, and status. So let's go ahead and give it some types. Assigned to is going to be a foreign key relation to our users. This is going to be a text. This is going to be a text. This is going to be a timestamp, and this is a status. Also, we can do a num, but I'm just going to simplify it as a text. Hit save. All right, so here's our task table. Let's go ahead and add a simple task just so that we have some sample data to work with. So we need a project ID. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new project first. And this is a documentary about, oh, let's call it travel documentary. Description. This is a documentary about my trip, about a trip to Mexico. Okay. Start date. Let's put some dates in here and let's put an end date here. And the status is started. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Okay, so now we have one record here. We can go into project users and assign this project to a specific user by inserting a record here. So user ID is going to be, let's say, me, and project, well, the only one project we have. So I am now the owner of this project. Okay, so I'm an admin. I can do that, but also a project manager can do that as well. They can also own projects. Next, we're going to go into tasks and create a new task, maybe a couple of tasks for this project. So, and let's say this is assigned to me, and the name is begin filming, and description, filming A and B roll. And due date, let's go ahead and put a due date here, and the status is started. Now, one thing that I want to say real quick is that, remember, a project is owned by somebody, right? Where tasks are also owned by somebody. So you may be thinking at this point, well, why do we need assign a field on a task level when we already have that on a project level? Well, the reason we need that is a project is owned by a project manager, whereas a task is assigned to a user. So we're talking about different types of users, right? Task can be owned by anybody, whereas a project can only be owned by a specific project manager. Okay, that's why it's a little bit, there's a couple of other relationships here. Okay, so we have a task here. Let's go ahead and add another task. Let's add two more. Project ID is this project here. Now, let's say this is assigned to Mike. Okay, name is write a script. Description, a script about visiting the capital. Okay, due date, I don't know, something like this. Status, new. Or what was the other status? I think the other status was started. Okay, so yes. So actually, let's keep it as new to make it more interesting. And let's go ahead and add another task for the same project, and it's going to be assigned to Mike as well. So Mike is getting a lot of work today, and the name for this task is going to be edit the final product. Edit. Now let's go ahead and copy this. Keep it simple. And the due date, well, the due date is going to be a little bit later. And the status is new. Okay, so it hasn't been started. It's just there. Okay, so now we have 3 tasks that are all part of the same project, the only project that we have, but they're assigned to different users. And so this completes our kind of main schema setup. Okay, we have the tables, we have some sample data as well. The next thing that I want to do is I want to make sure that we have the right policy set up. Okay, we're going to be, displaying this data. So right now we just need a way to display it. Now, Supabase has something called RLS, which stands for Row Level Security, and that is a way to protect or kind of control who has access to certain data, who can do what to certain data. Now, these are the policies that we're going to be kind of going in depth once we talk about the different like permissions and all of these things, but I like to do that later on. I don't like to do all of that right now. I just want to make sure that we can, read this data as well as write this data for now, okay? And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to make all of these open up to everybody, right? So I'm going to go into projects, I'm going to click here, I'm going to create a new policy, and I'm just going to give read access to everybody, okay? In fact, I'm going to do all, right? Read and write access to everybody, right? So I'm going to say all access, okay? So all users have, you can even put read and write access. Or another thing that you can do, all users, all access, okay? So everybody has all kinds of, all kinds of access. We're going to hit review and save. And so now our app will be able to access this information. Let's go ahead and do that for the other tables as well. So we've done it for projects, right? We have this one active RLS policy, and let's go ahead and do it for roles as well. So a new policy gets started quickly. Let's just select this one, and we're going to do all access. Review, save policy. Let's go back to tasks, new policy, get started quickly, use this template, all, okay, all, review, save policy, and let's go ahead and see what we have. Project users, same thing, new policy, use this template, all access. And what else do we have? User roles. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the same thing. So that way we have no issues, getting this data and changing this data if we need to before we lock it up. All access, okay. Save policy. All right, let's go back. What do we have? Project users, projects, roles, tasks, user roles. Okay, so at this point, our setup, our initial setup is complete. This is enough so that we have the data, we have the schema. This is, at this point, I like to stop and I like to start building the app. Of course, we're going to come back to this and we are going to modify some of the policies, maybe edit the schema, things like that. But at this point, our initial database setup is complete. All right, so the next thing that we want to do is we want to start building the app. You want to start building out the screens, getting the data in, and then we can kind of fine tune things a little bit later. So here I am logged into my FlutterFlow account, and as you can see, I have a bunch of apps here. I have tons and tons of apps, and these are all kinds of apps, and actually they're all available to view and or clone from my Patreon page. So definitely take a look at the link below the video and visit our amazing community and think about becoming a member. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to create the new app and we are going to call it, I'm just going to call it project tracking app. We're going to create a blank app here. We're going to disable Firebase because we're using Supabase here. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to connect Supabase to our app. Okay, settings and integration, scroll down into Supabase, enable Supabase, go back to our project here, project settings, API, copy this URL, paste it in here, go back, a non-public, paste it here, get schema. Okay, so at this point, we should see all our tables and views if we have any. Right now, we don't have any views, but we do have tables, which we're seeing here. And we are seeing the schemas for each of those tables right here. And this means that everything is now fully connected. Okay, so now we can go back to our UI builder and we can start building the actual app. And for that, let's go back to this diagram here. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to enable authentication. Okay, so we're going to go back to our app, come over here, and you want to click authentication, enable authentication, and you want to select Supabase. Now that Supabase has been selected, it's asking us for these two things, right? It wants to know the entry page and the logged in page. Okay, so we need to create two pages that we can designate here. And in fact, we have one page already, which is the home page. I'm going to go ahead and rename it to home. And I can set this page as the logged in page, because that's what the users are going to see once they log in. Now, for the entry page, this is going to be a login page, right? This is the page that will load. If a user is not logged in, use this for login, sign up, or onboarding flows. So here you can go ahead and create a new page that will display, things like username, email, or password for them to log in. And so if we click here, we can actually create a new page from scratch, or we can click on auth and use one of the available pages here. And so here, there's a lot of great pages that we can use. And so let's go ahead and take a look what kind of page we want to use. So how about this page right here? Okay, so I'm going to use, this page is nice. Okay, so we're going to say use my theme, and I'm going to say login. I'm going to name this login, create page. And now we have this page here. Now this page has create account and login as well. So it has two uses. It also has continue with Google, continuing with Apple. We're going to remove this right now. Maybe later we'll re-enable it, but right now this is not that important because we're using just simple email password authentication. Okay, and so we can click on login here and we can see the login information. We're going to remove this as well. Okay, we're going to delete this as well. We don't really need this here as well. Delete this, and that is kind of what we have. So this second page, this is the login page, and this is the create account page. And if you take a look here, as you can see, we have some project issues. So if we click here, we have an issue because we don't have a confirmation password field, right? So this is for the create account. We need two fields here, okay? And so what we need to do is we need to duplicate this field. Now we have a second field. I'm just going to name this field password 2. And now if we come here or here and go to auth action, we can have this password 2 as the confirmed password field. And now everything is correct. And this is an issue with the template that FlutterFlow provides, because this should have another field, right? So in fact, this password, I can also change it to confirm password, something like this. And now let's take a look at what we have. Yes, we haven't set that page. We can do that right now, set login, and we should have no issues here. Okay, everything is fine. Okay, so if we would run this app right now, we would not be logged in. And we would see this login page here, and we should be able to log in using our Supabase account. So if we come over here to home, and I rename this home to, let's say, home. Once the user logs in, they should be able to see this page. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and run this app and see if the login, authentication, and all of that works, right? And it's always a good idea to run your app frequently, right? Because you don't want to build out the entire app, spend hours and hours, days and days, and then run the app and experience issues. You want to do this continuously, right? It's very, very good practice to do that. All right, so here's our app, and I'm going to go ahead and create another user that we can log in as real quick. All right, so now we have this other user. I can go back to my app and log in as that user. All right, so now we have successfully logged in, and the app knows from this point on, right, on this page and all the other pages, that user that's logged in, it knows who the user is. It has all the information about the user. It knows the user ID, the user email, etc., etc. Okay, so now our app works, as well as our Supabase integration that works as well. So now let's go ahead and come back to our app here, and let's think about some of the next screens that we want to build. All right, so looking at this diagram, we are ready to start building the app. So we have a page for login, sign up. We have the home page, which is going to be the dashboard, and we're going to get back to this a little bit later. We're going to be displaying some interesting things on this page, but right now I want to focus on this project listing page. Okay, this is an important page. It's an important kind of start for the app. It's an important kind of gateway page, and actually this page is going to be displaying lots of information. There's going to be lots of details. Lots of things are going to be happening on this page. Okay, so the first thing that I want to do before we kind of work with the Supabase and Backend and all of that is I want to display this page, at least like the beginning of this page, in FlutterFlow. Okay, so here I am back in FlutterFlow, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create this page, and I'm gonna, maybe create a mockup just to get an idea of how it's gonna look. Okay, so we're gonna click here, and we can create a new page from scratch. But actually, there's some really good templates that we can use. So if you click on lists and you scroll all the way down, there should be a really good kind of project list page. Okay, so here it is. There's a project grid overview responsive. Okay, so this is exactly what we can use. You can kind of browse around. There's actually some really good templates here, but this is exactly what we need for this purpose. So I'm going to click on my theme here. I'm going to name this project list. Okay. I'm going to click create, and now we have a sample mockup. Okay, we have something to give us an idea of what kind of things do we want to create. And remember, guys, you always want to start with the UI, right? Obviously, there's some challenges with kind of displaying all this data, but do not worry about that yet. You always want to build from the UI. You want to start at the top. I like to think about it, starting at the top, where UI is the top, and as you head down, you have the app state, the logic layer, the business layer, you have the backend. All of that is kind of towards the bottom, but the top is where, it's kind of where it meets the surface, right? Where the iceberg, if you will, meets the surface. This is what people see. This is what your users see. So you want to make sure you get this right, and most importantly, you get it exactly how you want it. Right? You get it exactly how you want to present it to the users. All right, so we have a couple of errors here. So let's take a look, and there's some conditional stuff. Let's go ahead and disable that for now, just to get these errors to go away. Okay, so we still see the page. Everything is good. We don't have any errors. And what I like about this page is that it kind of has everything that we need. It has, it says project overview. It has the filters that we can use, active and progress. In fact, I'm not really sure what the difference is between active and progress, but we'll get to that later. We have some kind of an assign button, and this is probably for users to assign various users. So if you click on it, you're going to have a list of users that you can assign to. So this is actually good functionality. But one thing that I want to add here is I want to add a new button so that they can click on it. That's going to create a new project. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to find this button, and I'm going to press Command or Control D to duplicate it. And now we have another button, and this first button, I'm going to make it new. Okay, so now I know that this button is going to be for a new project. And going down here, we have the project ID, the name, the description, and we have a list of people participating in this project, as well as the project status. So not a lot of information, but all the important information, right? So we have all the important information that we need. The next thing that we need to do is we need to, figure out where we're going to be getting all this data, right? So if we go back to Supabase, this is kind of what we have right now. So we have a projects table here. And this is a very simple table. There's no relationships. There are no foreign keys here. And all we're doing is just listing project information. And the way that we're going to be using this table is we're going to be linking it to other tables. And so we can't use this table as, the source for this list, right? So we are going to, we're going to convert this to a list view. And yeah, there's no list view. So we're going to convert this obviously to a list view, but we can't use that table as the backup. And so what we need to do in this case, and this is something that you're going to be doing all the time, and this is something that I talk a lot in my brand new Mastering Supabase course. So if you are not yet a member of that amazing community, of that amazing training, then definitely check it out. If you want to master Supabase, you're going to get a ton of value in this training, okay? And so what we need to do is we need to create a view, and this is kind of the beauty of Supabase, is that you design your UI here, and then you create the view with the exact data that you need, with the exact, info, with the exact fields and everything that you need. That's going to make this view come to reality, a breeze. It's going to be really easy to kind of get the data that you need here. Okay, so let's go back to our Supabase, and let's click on the SQL editor, and let's go ahead and create a query using Supabase AI. Let's actually give it a prompt that's going to generate a SQL query for our new view. And so let's describe what kind of data do we want to see in this view, right? So if we come back here, we need project ID, project name, description. So let's go ahead and write that, create a view, called project list view. And typically you want to name your views to, to have, to be easily recognizable, right? So I have this project list, and I'm going to call this project list view. And what do we want this view to have? Well, we need to have the project stuff. So project ID, project name, project description, and as well as we need some user information. Well, actually, we need the status as well for project and users in the project as an array. And then for each user, we want to have the ID and the avatar. I think that's going to suffice for now. So user ID and profile picture. Okay, so that's kind of what we have. We're basically creating a relationship between the project stuff and the users that are inside this project. So let's go ahead and execute this, and let's see what Supabase AI comes up with. And this is what we have. Okay, we have a project list view, and this is the project stuff. And then we have an array aggregate of user IDs, users in that project. We did not get the profile pictures, but let's just start with this. We can always modify it later. I have the philosophy that I want to get something working that works, and then we can always modify it later. So I see that there is no profile stuff. We can always do that later. Let's go ahead and execute this, and we have an error here. So it's telling us that user ID and users, and let's take a look. So project users, I think this is what we want. Let's see if this works. And now it's a success, no errors returned. So we had a slight issue, but we were able to fix it using the suggestion. So now the moment of truth. Let's go back to our table list here, and we have this view here. So now if you click on this view, let's see what we are displaying. Okay, and this is kind of what we have. So we have the project info, which is correct, and we have users in this project, which is also correct, right? Because if we go into project users, you're going to see that we have this one user in there, right? This one user in this project. So if we had more users in this project, then that array will get longer. In fact, I can add another user, and that array will get longer. So let's go ahead and add another user just to show you. So let's say I want to add another user, and this is going to be, let's say, Jake here. Okay, so I have a bunch of users, and we only have one project. I'm going to hit save, and now the view should automatically update, because views are nothing more, nothing less than saved queries. Okay, so now if we come over here, we should have multiple users as an array. So this is great, because in FlutterFlow, we can simply get a list of these IDs. Okay. If we need to display it. This is perfect. Okay, we don't have the profile pictures, and I'm going to add that in just a second. But right now, this is good enough to display a list of projects. All right, so let's go back to our app here. And the first thing that we need to do here, and this is something that we should have done before, is we need to turn this into a list. We need to, because these are just individual items, and we need to make sure this is filled in dynamically. And so if you click here, this is our column. But if you click on this list container, you can see that this list container has a column, right? So if you take a look at this list container, this is kind of what we have. This container is the only thing that we need. We only need one of these containers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap that in a list view. Okay, and then I can delete the other containers. We don't need that, right? So the second list container, I don't need that. This last list container, I don't need. There's a bunch of them there. Actually, one more here. I don't need that. And I think we're done. So there's no more list containers, okay? Next thing that you want to do is you want to click on list view, and you want to feed it with that that view that we've just created. But before we do that, we need to refresh our schema. So we need to head to Supabase here, setting Supabase get schema, and now we're going to be seeing this new view here. Okay, so now we can go back, scroll all the way down, or you can simply click here and click on list view, add query. We're going to do Supabase query, and we're going to select project list view here. Okay, and we're not filtering anything. We're just getting everything confirm. And now, as you can see, you have this familiar kind of grayish, kind of faded element. That means this is now a list view that's going to be fed by a data source. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to change these things here, right? So this is the ID here. So I'm going to click here, and I'm going to select the project ID. Let's go ahead and give it a default. This is our project ID. This is project name. I'm just going to say name here, default name. And this is a description. Do we have a description? We do have a description. And the default is description. This should never appear unless we have some issues in the database. So like we're missing the field is null, right? So if you click here, the default value, if this variable is null or empty, okay? So if you see that, if you see description, you know that you're missing description, okay? Next, you want to have the status here. So I'm going to click here. We have status, and I'm just going to say status, confirm. Now, the next thing that we can do is we can wrap these individual containers in some kind of a view so that we can display many of them. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to wrap this widget. And what we can do is we can use a wrap for this, right? So if you select wrap, now you have a wrap that's going to be displaying these containers here, okay? And you can delete the second container because that's just a template. And now you can click on the wrap and you can come over here and you can feed it. You can feed that array from the field. So if you come over here, you have these users and projects, right? So we can feed that and click confirm. And then you can give it a variable name. And this is going to be user ID record. Okay, so something like this, or just user record. Okay, that's going to be a user ID. Click OK. And now, as you can see, you have that familiar list view, but it's now horizontally, right? Instead of vertically, like this main list view, this thing is now horizontal. And so at this point, we are pretty much set. We're pretty much set for this specific view here. You know, obviously we need to fix the other ones, but in terms of the list stuff, we are pretty much set. The next thing that I want to do is I want to make sure that I can actually get to this page. Because remember, when we load the app, it's going to go to home and we have no way of getting to this project list. So what I want to do is I want to create a nav bar. I'm going to come over here, enable nav bar, and then configure the nav bars on each of the pages. Okay, so this is our home. Project list is going to have a nav bar, and let's give it some kind of a cool icon. Project list, or maybe tab. Okay, so something like this, or this maybe. Yeah, maybe something like this. You guys can change it to whatever you want. And now if you go to the home page here, we'll be able to click here and get to the project list. So let's go ahead and run our app and see if we are able to, you know, display the data, display the project data. All right, so here's our app. This is our home page. And if we click here, we should hopefully see something, and we do. We see the first project, we have the information, the status is started, and we have 2 users here. Now, obviously, these are not the right avatars, but at least the quantity is correct, right? And that is because if you go back to our database and we click here, you see we have 2 items in this array, right? And so this is really, really awesome because, as you can see, we were able to create a view and have these, you know, have everything that we want to display be displayed correctly. And this is, you know, the first half of the battle, right? When you're creating your complex views in your complex apps, the fact that you can kind of get it to work and get it to display exactly how you want is half the battle right there. Okay, so now let's go back to our app and let's take a look at some of the things that we can do. Now, one thing that I want to do is I want to make sure that we are displaying the correct avatars here, okay? Because if you click on this this widget here, right? This is this wrap container image. There's still a couple of things that we want to do. Well, first of all, we want to display the right image here, right? We want to display the right avatar, and we can pull it up here. But the problem is we don't have it in our view. We have the IDs, which is useful if we want to, create some kind of a relationship to the actual profile page, right? The IDs are going to be important, but we don't have the images. And now let's take a look. Where can we get the images, right? Because if we take a look at this view is joining on auth users, and auth users by practice does not have the images, right? So if we come over here, click on users, there's no profile pictures. At least there's none last time I looked, right? This is a very, very basic table. And so what typically you end up doing is you need to join on this table with another table that's going to have additional information. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to go back to our public schema here, and I'm going to create a new table called users x extension. This stands for extension, and this is going to be a one-to-one relationship. So meaning that every record in this table is going to be connected to exactly one record in the other table. Okay, this is a one-to-one relationship. So I'm going to say user ID. We're going to link our foreign keys to auth. We're going to come over here and we're going to say users here. Okay, and next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to add the fields that I want. So one of the fields is obviously the profile picture. So something like a profile URL, and this is going to be a text. Okay, so that's about it. Later on, we can add more fields and you'll have access to these fields. But right now, that is kind of what I want. So I'm going to save this here. All right, so now we've created this new table, users extension, that is going to be linked to the other table. So now let's go ahead and create a profile URL for that user, right? So if you recall, the user in question is the user that, that we have the ID. And I believe we had like James and Rob, I believe. So I'm going to add Rob here and I'm going to say, well, I want to create a profile picture for Rob. I think we had Rob in there. And here we can have a profile URL. And for that, I'm just going to go to generated faces here and I'm going to select a face and I'm going to download one of these faces here. And this is one of the faces that we're going to be using. So I went ahead and saved it. I uploaded it to the cloud, and now I have a URL to this profile picture here. So this is what I'm going to save here. And now we've given one of the users a profile picture. And let's do the same for James as well. So let's click here so that we can have both of them display with profile pictures. And for James, we're going to be using this profile picture. So I have the URL here. I'm going to paste it in here. I'm going to hit save. And now we have two records in this users extension table so this way we have the profile pictures, right, with each of the profile pictures for each of the users here. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to modify this view so that we have another field. So, instead of users and project, we're going to have, users profile pictures, and that's going to be an array of the corresponding profile pictures for the users. And so what we need to do here is we need to go back to our SQL editor. So we have this here, and now I can ask Supabase AI to modify the query. And so what I'm going to say is modify this query to add another aggregate array or array aggregate of PU of profile pictures in users X, join on this table, All right, so something like this. Let's see if it understands me. Okay, let's go ahead and execute this. And now it needs to join on another table and pull up this information. As you can see, it created a new join on this table and it's pulling up this profile URL as profile pictures. And this is perfect. Okay, so I'm going to say accept change. I'm going to execute this. And actually, it's not going to work because we already have this view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the original view, drop view project list view, and then override it with this view here. So I'm going to execute this, and now it says success, no rows return, and the moment of truth. And as you can see, we have the profile pictures here. So we have the user IDs and the profile pictures. So now let's go back to our app. Let's go back to Supabase, and we need to refresh our schema, right? Because we modified the view. And if we click on this view, you see that we have profile pictures, and this is a list of strings, and the type is text, right? Which is kind of what we defined for the profile URL, which is perfectly fine, okay? And so now if we select image, we go to properties, we click on path here, and we can select profile pictures. And here what we can do is specific index, click here, and we can do user record item, index and list, okay? Confirm, and that's going to fetch the image, the actual image in the array based on, what person that we are listing right now, the person that we're listing, okay? So now let's go ahead and see if it works. And before we run our app, we want to make sure that we have the right permissions for this table. This is something that I should have done before, but this new table does not have any RLS policies. You always need RLS policies, so it's always good practice to do it after you finish creating this table. Okay, so I'm going to click here, and I'm just going to create a very, very simple policy, just, to have, read access for everybody. Okay, get started quickly, enable read access to everybody. And I like to say all, actually read all. Okay, so that way I know what, who has access to what type of access do people have. Okay, review. And now there should be no issues getting access to this table. Let's go back to our app here, And let's go ahead and reload our test environment here. All right, there's our app. Let's click on the project list. And what do we see? Well, there's an error here. It says index out of range, as you can see right there. And those errors are typically seen whenever you don't have enough items in the array, right? Because it's trying to get an element in the array, but it's not there. So let's go back to our database and take a look and see what's happening. So if we come to our table editor, we have users extension, and this has all the images here. Everything is fine. And let's go ahead and take a look at the view. And so this view has 2 IDs, but the profile picture is actually, there's only one profile picture, right? And the second one is null. Why is this? Well, it's probably a mismatch. So there are 2 users in this project, but one of these users does not have a profile picture. So let's take a look at the users, F7 and 6F. And let's take a look here. And you see we have F7, but we don't have 6F. So I'm going to add another user here. We added the wrong user. We need to add 6F because we did not add the user. We did not give a user that's already a member on a project a profile picture, and that is why it didn't work. So I'm going to paste this here. This is a duplicate of a profile picture for another user, and that's absolutely fine. Okay, so now we have this, and now if we come back over here, it should work. It should display both of them. Now, as you can see, these are correct. So now let's go ahead and reload the app, and now hopefully we should not have an error anymore. So this was a very, very cool debugging session. Okay. All right. So here's our app. We are back on the home page. If we click here, let's see what we have. And as you can see, now we have the images showing up, right? So we have these 2 users. They have the same profile picture, but at least the images are there. It's not clickable, and I'm not really sure if we want to have it clickable, but at least this first piece of the app is coming along together really, really well. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is I want to create the new project flow. Okay, so when they click on this button, they're going to fill out some information about this project, things like the name, the description, maybe some due dates and things like that. And they're going to create a new project without any members. And then later on, they can click on assign and they can assign people to this project. Okay, so let's start with this flow here. Now, how is this going to work? Well, this is going to work like this. They're going to click on this, and we're going to have a pop-up here from the bottom that will give them stuff to fill out. All right. And the next thing that we want to do is, well, we need the content for this pop-up, right? That pop-up is going to take stuff from a component. Right. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a component that looks kind of like this. Okay, something similar, except, you know, we're going to edit it and we're going to make some things a little different. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this thing here and I'm going to copy this right here. I'm going to right click. I'm going to copy this whole list content here and I'm going to create a component. Okay, so I'm going to click here. I'm going to say new component. I'm going to do create blank and we're going to say new project, maybe C new project. Okay, that way we know it's a component. Come back here. Now you can paste it and now you have kind of the same look and feel that we had in the main app, okay? Except we need to fix a lot of things. We don't need the ID. Instead of the ID, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have just a text here, put it up on top and right here, and this text is gonna say new component, something like this, new project. Excuse me, new project. I'm going to make it bigger. Okay, so something like this. And this rich text has a little bit of padding, so we can do for use the same amount of padding. We don't need this. And so the next thing that we want to do is we want to change these fields here from text fields to input fields. Okay, so I'm going to click here and I'm going to make this. I'm going to type text and I'm going to add a text field and I want to drag it all the way to the top like this. In fact, below this one, and we can duplicate it, and now we can delete this. We're gonna delete this, and that's fine. And as I always like to do, and I'm gonna give it a little bit of padding, and this label, I want to change it to a outline. All right, so that is what we have. All right, let's see. Okay, that looks good. Let's give it a little bit of padding from the top. So something like this, and this divider we don't need. And now let's give it a button. All right, we need a button, and this button is going to be like this. We're gonna center it by wrapping it in a row. Center the row like this. We have the button. Now this button is going to insert a brand new project without any relationships, without anything. Okay, but before we do that, let me go ahead and give it a little bit of padding. Well, we can do it on this level, right? So what we can do is I can do 20 here, and now that looks a lot better. Okay, and here we can control it something like this. Now for this text field, we want to increase the lines, right? We want to make it a little bit bigger because after all, this is the description. Okay, so this is the name. So we're gonna, for the label, I'm just gonna put name, and this is description. Okay, so something like this, that looks good. Let me go ahead and give it a little bit more padding here. That looks really good. Let's give it a little bit more padding from the top. Okay, that looks really good. Maybe a little bit more padding on the column here. Okay, that's starting to come together now. Okay, so that's starting to come together. Something like this, something like this. And now we have this container. So let's go ahead and wire it up to the button, right? So this button is going to have a new add an action. We're going to do show bottom sheet here, right? This is going to be a bottom sheet. Select this container, and for the height, well, let's try a height of, let's say 300. And for the background color, we want it to be white, right? You can do this, and that way it's not transparent. Okay, all right. And one more thing that I want to do is when we go back to this component, I want this button. Well, this button is going to do a lot of things, but I want it to dismiss itself, right? So we're going to say dismiss. Okay, so now we're gonna have a component that's gonna pop up as a bottom sheet when we run the app. So let's go ahead and start a new session and see how that looks. All right, so here's our app, and let's come over here, and here's our project here. Now if you click on this new, we have this new pop-up here. Okay, and as you can see, it looks pretty good. It's functioning, and we just need to rename the button. And now let's go ahead and actually create the logic so it does what we want it to do. Okay, so I'm gonna dismiss it for now, come back to our app. Well, I'm gonna rename the button first of all. This is important, and I'm gonna say add new project. Okay, and let me go ahead and rename these fields. I always like to do this. Input name, input description, and let's go ahead and add a new project. So we're gonna come over here, open this flow, create a new flow above it, above this dismissal, and we're gonna search for insert row, the table. Which table? This is gonna be the projects table. And the fields, well, this is, you wanna, add all the fields and then remove the first two, because they're going to be set by default. And so name, let's go ahead and put the name from widget state, input name, description. I'm going to search for input description, widget state, input description. And for the start and end date, we can put something for now. We can put some, let's say we can put current time here, and we can put current time here. We'll fix that later, but I just wanted, to have some data. And for the status, well, the status, I'm just going to put, active. Okay, we'll figure it out later. All right, so now we have our first backend call where we are actually creating a project. Okay, so we have name, description, all of this, and then we have some sample data for this. So start date, end date is current time, status is active. Okay, so now let's go ahead and restart our app and see if this functionality works. All right, there's the app. Click here. We have that one project, click on new, and now it's asking us for new project info. And let's say this is about building a house, okay? A big project, the house of my dreams. Okay, so something like this. Add new project, and there it is. It's automatically refreshed. It automatically shows here. Now, we don't have anybody here, because that is going to be done with another step, right? This is going to be done with this assignment later on. And what we want to do, I guess, for now is we want to make sure there's at least something there, or I don't know, maybe some, empty faces or something like that, or, it looks kind of empty. So we may want to modify it and have something that it displays when we don't have anybody. And so let's go ahead and do that right now. So if we go back to our app, go to project list, and you see this wrap here. Now this wrap works when there are users in a project. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this widget inside of a stack, and that way inside of a stack I can create multiple widgets that will be shown depending on various conditions. And so here, this container, I'm gonna right click, I'm gonna copy it here, and I'm gonna paste it in here. Okay. So now we have this wrap and we have a container here. Now this wrap will only show when there are users in project, when this array has elements. Okay. And so I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do conditional visibility. Okay. So I'm going to say projects. I'm going to say users, profile picture, users and projects, yeah. And I'm gonna do is set and not empty here. Okay, I'm gonna say confirm. And this thing is gonna show up when it's empty, when it's not set, or if it's empty. Okay, so we're gonna come back here, conditional visibility, and I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna say users in projects, and I'm gonna say is set and not empty, and I'm gonna do the opposite of that. Okay, so that means that it's not set or empty, right? When you get the opposite, that's what it's going to be. Okay. So now let's take a look. Do we have any issues? Image path property is not set in image. And that is because here we're not feeding it with any data. So this is where you can remove it, and you can have it just display anything, or you can just have it display some empty one. But I believe now it's going to display just empty images, okay, which is going to work for us. All right, so let's go ahead and restart the app and see how it looks. All right, there's the app. Let's go to our project list view, and what do we see? Well, we see one image here for this empty list, but there's actually an image there. Okay, so we may want to have some kind of an image with blanks, and we may want to have like 4 of them, right? Because that's going to look nice, right? These 4 blank images to signify that, they're just, blank, like placeholders. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to come in here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this inside of a row, right? Because this is inside of a stack, and it needs to be inside of its own row. Okay, so I'm gonna do this here, wrap widget in a row, and I'm gonna put several of these, right? I'm gonna just duplicate this, and I'm gonna duplicate it 3 times just to have 4 of them. And now what we have is we have each of these containers being conditional. But what we can do is we can take this here, copy this, turn that off, and do it on the row level now. Okay, so get this and paste this and do it on a row level. Okay, and we can remove them here, disable it essentially. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And now we should have just 4 random avatars. Okay, let's go ahead and reload our app. All right, there's the app. Come to project list, and what do we see? We see exactly what we wanted to see. So here you have 2 real people, and these are placeholders for people that are going to be there, right? And so you may want to maybe do a couple of things, right? So you may want to maybe come over here to this image, and you can do a couple of things. Let's see what we can do. We can maybe change the opacity of the image if we can. And so we can change the opacity here. That's going to be really nice. In fact, we could probably do it on the row level, something like this, half of the opacity. Okay, so that's going to be kind of, it's going to look something like this. Let's go ahead and reload this. I think that's going to be perfect. This is exactly what we need to do. Okay, there's the app project list right here. And we see that. That looks amazing. You can even lower the opacity if you want. In fact, let's go ahead and try 0.3 right here to make it even less visible. Let's go ahead and try that. All right, there's the home, there's our project list. Okay, there we have it. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. This obviously is going to depend on your own use case, right? How you want to display it. But you got to agree that we need to display something. Otherwise, it's empty. And you don't want to say something like some piece of text like no users yet or anything like that. This looks cool. This looks cool. You can maybe even lower the opacity, but it's up to you what you want to do here. Okay, so at this point we have our list of projects and we have this new functionality. Okay, there's still a couple of things that I may want to do before we start working on some of the other pieces in this app, but I may want to actually display like the due date or something else as well, maybe a couple of other things. But right now we have this basic new project functionality done. All right, now the next thing that I want to do is I want to create a very, very simple flow, and that's going to be the edit project flow. Okay, so we have the new project flow. Let's go ahead and create an edit project flow. And we're going to be reusing the same component here. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this component and we are going to be using, except we're going to be passing some data in there, with the current project so that we can pre-fill some of the things. And this is going to be different. This is going to be different. So let's go ahead and duplicate this component. Let's go ahead and rename it C update project. And let's go ahead and change some of the text here, update project, and I'm gonna do update project or just update. And all of this is going to be filled in. Now, what is it gonna be filled in with? Well, this component is gonna get component parameters, right? We're gonna be passing parameters to this component. And what are we gonna be passing? Well, we're gonna be passing the actual row that is available when we list the different projects, right? So the type is going to be a Supabase row, right? So this is going to be a project row. We're going to call it a project row. And the table is projects, okay? Confirm. Okay, so now it's expecting this parameter. And we need a way to edit this project. And so now the question is, where do we want to have the button to edit this project? Well, this is an aesthetic thing, right? This is for your UI designers. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it on, let's say, maybe on this level here. So I'm going to select this text here. I'm going to wrap it in a row, and I'm going to add an icon button, in fact, and I'm going to spread them out so that they're kind of, this button is all the way at the end, something like this. And let's go ahead and fix it up a little bit. So first of all, this is an edit. So something like this, and I'm going to change. I'm going to remove the border, and maybe the border radius, maybe something like 15. Okay, so something like this. Let's go ahead and change maybe the accent color, something like this. That looks kind of cool. I don't know. I'm not a designer, as you guys know, but that looks kind of cool. The only thing that I want to do is I want to give it a little bit of padding. So like this thing has a padding, and let's see, this thing has a padding of 12. So we can do the same. Let's go ahead and give it a padding of 12. Okay, so now it's kind of aligned. So now you have kind of an edit button. Okay, so this thing is going to trigger that update project component, and it's also going to pass all the information that we have here. So let's come here, let's add an action flow, and let's go ahead and show bottom sheet, update project. Next, we need to pass the parameter, and this is the data that we want to update, the data that we want to display to the user for confirmation, things like that. So if we click on pass here, we can select project row, and here we can select the row. Okay, so if we select this and we select Supabase row, it's asking us for more things. And whenever you see this, that means that something is not connecting. And the reason this is not working is because we've set it up that we are expecting a projects row, but this is not projects. This is actually a view. And so in these cases, we need to pass the ID. We need to pass the actual row ID so that we can link it back to this projects table, okay? Because we're displaying a view here, and we need to modify the original table. So we need to actually pass the ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to our update projects, and I'm going to change the parameter that it's expecting, right? Because we can't pass this row. We don't have this row, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to be passing an ID. And so I'm going to say project row ID, something like this. And this is just going to be an integer. Okay, and I'm going to say confirm here. Now we need to pass an ID, and this is a lot easier to do. Right, this is a lot easier to do. So we come back here and we have this parameter, and now it's just an integer, right? So we can select this and we can simply pass this project ID, because this ID uniquely identifies the project in the original projects table. Okay, so now we can go to our update project. It has the ID. And what we can do is at the top level, we can query for all the information. We can query for everything. And that way, all the data, all the project data is going to be available everywhere, right? So that way we can display it, we can update it, etc., etc. And so here you can select this main component here. And on this component level, you can query for that one project, right? You can add your query, and you can do a Supabase query, and we are going to be querying projects, and we only want a single row, right? We're going to have a filter, and we're going to say ID is equal to the parameter, right? This project row ID that we're passing, confirm. And now we are querying it at the top level. So we're going to have all this data here. So we're going to click on name here. So we can say initial value. We have the project row here. And we can say, well, this is name. And for the description, initial value is, come over here, description. And update project, well, this is going to be a call. This is going to be an update call. So we're going to open this up, and right here, it's an insert row, right? Because we've copied it from the other component. So we're going to do an update, search for update row, update projects. And now what we need to do is, well, we need to update things, right? What are we going to be updating? Well, we're only going to be updating name and description for now. Later on, we might update other things. But for now, this is what we're going to be doing. Okay, so I'm going to say name, and what is the name? Well, widget state input name, okay? And the description, it's already set, right? Widget state input description. We kind of have this here, and that's all we really need to do. The other thing that we need to do is we want to make sure we have this matching rows, because otherwise it's going to update every row. So we're going to add a filter. We're going to say ID is equal to the project row ID here. Now, if you care whether the result of the update was valid or not, meaning that it was successfully updated or not, you want to turn on return matching rows. And that way you're going to be getting back the rows that were updated. And so what this means is that you can create a conditional that listens for the rows that you're getting back, right? So here you also need to create an action output variable name. So this is going to be like result. You can just call it that. And here you can search for this result, and you're going to be getting back the rows. And here you can create a condition, something like is set and not empty. Okay, so if this is set and not empty, that means we have been successful. And so you can do something like a snack bar for testing, right? You can say success. Otherwise, we're going to copy this, paste this here, and we're going to do failed. Okay, and we can deal with all of this later. And regardless what happens, we're going to be dismissing this bottom sheet. Okay, and so now let's go ahead and test out this flow here. Let's see if it works or not. All right, so here's our app. Let's go ahead and come to our projects view here, and let's go ahead and see what happens. So if we click here, we should be able to edit it, right? And there we see it, right? We see the data here, but the problem is it's too long. We need to make sure that it doesn't fill up the whole screen. So we're going to do that in a second, but let's see if the update works. Okay, let's go see if this at least works. So let's go ahead and change this travel documentary to travel report, click on update, and it says success, and it says travel report. So as you can see, this was successful, and we see the message. And then this is important. You know, it's important to show the message. It's important to track whether that operation was successful or not, because anything can happen. This could be an issue with the database, maybe some network issue, or maybe some permission issue. And so you definitely want to make sure that you are tracking whether it was successful or not. Really, really important. So right now it works. The problem is it's just taking up a lot of the screen. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and fix it up. We can select this column, and what we can do is we can use it minimum amount of size on the main axis. So if we do that, it's only going to use up as much as it needs and not a pixel more. Okay. So let's go ahead and reload this, and let's see how it looks now. All right, there's the app. Click here, and let's go ahead and edit our travel report. And there it is. Looks really, really nice. Looks really, really clean. And building a house looks really, really clean. In fact, when we do new, we can also make sure that it only takes up as minimal space as possible as well. So let's go ahead and fix that flow as well, so that it looks cleaner overall, right? So we're going to select this new project, click on column, and you want to make sure that you click here, and now it tightens up. Right, it tightens up, and that way when you actually list it, right, so when you list it from here, you don't need to specify the height, right, because we are setting the height. We're making sure that the column is tight, right? It only lists, it only displays the things that it needs to display, and does not give us all this empty space. So let's go ahead and take a look at the overall flow, just to see if we, you know, whether we broke anything or not. You know, just this testing, this continuous testing is very, very important. All right, click here, and we can edit it. Looks really good, and we can click on new, and that looks clean as well. Okay, so now we have new, we have edit, we can also do delete next, and we're also going to be doing assign, which is going to be a big feature where we can assign different people, you know, add them, remove them from a specific project. Next, I want to add delete functionality. Okay, I want to be able to delete projects as well. Maybe it was created by accident, or maybe we're not interested in completing that project. Let's go ahead and do that right now. And because we have this row here, we can simply duplicate and create another icon here. So we want to make sure that the spacing is done. And as you can see, because we had that spacing, they're kind of spaced out this way. And I don't really like that. And so the way that you fix it is, well, you create another row that you align differently. Okay, so we're going to wrap this widget inside of a row, and I'm going to add this here. Okay, so now they have different spacing. Now they're kind of spaced in a different way. Okay, and the reason we have spacing there is because of padding. Okay, which is cool because we can control that. All right, so now we have this edit button. Let's go ahead and change this to a delete. Yeah, this is nice. Okay, so something like this, and this is going to delete it. And now when we select delete, we have this old flow from edit, and we don't really need this custom flow. We don't need any custom components. And so I'm going to go ahead and open this up. I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to do something else. I'm going to add an action, and what you want to do is you want to select alerts, notifications, and what you can do is you can select an alert dialog, and you can do a confirm dialog box here. And so you can say title is delete project, and messages, are you sure? And now you have cancel and you have confirm. And next you want to add a conditional that's automatically going to be filled in for you, right? So this is confirmation dialog response. And so if they confirm, we can delete. So I'm going to add an action here, and I'm going to do a delete, Supabase row delete, and we're going to be deleting the projects table. You can check for return matching rows, right? So that's always a good idea, in fact. And our matching rows, well, this is the ID. We're going to be deleting it by ID equal to, and we're going to be selecting the project ID here. And this is going to be our result. And that way we can track whether it was successful or not. So this is our deletion, and I'm just going to say, you know, successful. Okay, for now I'm just gonna say success. Of course, in production you also want to have a conditional that checks whether it was successful or not, and regardless what happens, you want to do a dismiss. So I'm gonna do that, and you're gonna be selecting this dismiss custom dialog. Okay, we're gonna be dismissing this right here. All right, so now we have an alert dialog that is going to ask the user whether they want to delete a project, and based on what they choose, so if they say yes, we're going to be deleting it here, and we're going to show a snack bar. Otherwise, we are not going to be doing anything, and you can obviously put some actions in here. Let's go ahead and see if this works. Let's go ahead and reload our app. All right, here's the app. Click here, and we have a list of projects. Now let's say we want to delete this building a house. So I'm going to click here, and it says delete project, are you sure? We're going to say confirm, and it's deleted. Success, and it's automatically refreshed. Really, really cool. Now if we click here and we say cancel, nothing happens, which is kind of the expected behavior, right? The user pressed cancel, well, they're just back in the app. Okay, so as you can see, now we have some really nice functionality when it comes to our projects. It looks nice, it works well, and it's starting to kind of come together. The next thing that I want to work on is this assign functionality, and later we're going to be building these filters as well. Now, the next flow that I want to work on is the assign flow, and this is definitely the most complex flow that we're going to be having on this page, at least as of now, because the previous flows are fairly simple, right? New, edit, delete. We're basically dealing with one entity, which is just projects. The assign flow, we need to work with users that belong to a certain project, and so we should be able to remove them from a project, or add new users, or remove existing users from a project. Now, there are two things that you need to think about while you're thinking about this. How the UI is going to look. That's the first thing. And the second thing is how you're going to be doing it with the backend, right? How are you going to be translating users' requests to, Supabase requests, okay, essentially. So if we go back to Supabase, we have this project users table, and this is a many-to-many table. It has a many-to-many relationship, okay? So we have two foreign keys, and so this way you can add records that represent relationships. And here you can see that we have one project that has two distinct users. So if I regroup that like this, it's going to be easier to see. So same project, two different users. And so essentially, if you want to add 5 new users to this project, that is going to be us creating 5 new records. And likewise, if you want to remove 5 users from a particular project, we're going to be deleting those records, right? So it's not like, you know, if you add 10 users, it's one query. No, it's going to be 10 queries. We are manipulating X records, right? This is why we have this many-to-many relationship. And so keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. This is the right approach. This is the correct schema. You want to have a many-to-many relationship, but this is essentially what your app is going to be doing in the background, okay? Now, in terms of the UI, I am thinking a very, very simple UI where, let's say we want to assign, we want to work with assignments on this project. And so what we're going to do is we're going to show our user, the user who's, in front of the app, people that are both part of the project and not part of the project. And so that way, the user can either remove people that are part of the project or add new people that are not part of the project. And so depending on what the user is doing, if they're adding, we're going to be inserting new records. If they're deleting or removing people from the project, we're going to be deleting these records. And so you might have a situation where the user is only adding, or a situation where the user is only deleting, or a situation where there's both, right? They're adding new users and removing existing users. And so you kind of need to think about this. All right, so now that we've kind of talked through the functionality, let's go ahead and try to implement this here in FlutterFlow. And so for this functionality, we're going to be creating another component that will be displaying the users and also making sure to mark whether a specific user is part of an existing project or not. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new component. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this right here, and I'm going to say C project assignment. Okay, so something like this, or maybe even assign project, something like this. Okay, just to have it the same kind of naming convention. All right, and so this is going to be assign users to project, or maybe something like add, remove users to project. And in terms of the fields, we only need this name field. Okay, so this name field is going to list the name of the project, and this is going to be a text field. So I'm going to duplicate this, I'm going to remove this field, and I'm going to change a little bit of the formatting, make it a little bit, maybe 16, and this is going to be the name of the project. We're going to give it a little bit of padding, something like this, and this is going to be the name of the project here. And below that, we are going to have a list of users with each user marked in a way that represents whether they are part of the existing project or not. And then depending on, what the user, the user who's using, our user, the person who is using the app, they're going to be clicking on the faces and the avatars, and that's going to signal to our app whether they want to add this particular user or not. So you're going to see this as we build it out. So next I want to create a wrap, and that way we're gonna have a list of users here. And so for this wrap, I'm gonna have a query that's going to get all the users in our Supabase. So I'm gonna come in here, and I am going to do a query on this users extension table. Okay, that way I can get all the users. I'm gonna say confirm. Okay, and inside I want to show those avatars. So I'm going to go back to our project list. And in fact, why don't I just copy this? Why don't I just copy this here? Right click, copy, assign project, and I'm going to paste it in here. Paste. Perfect. Let's go ahead and rearrange this real quick. Something like this, and let's give it a little bit of padding from the top, maybe 15 or 20. 20 is good. Let's keep it to 20. So that way it's all nicely arranged, and let's give it padding from the left. And I think it was 20. No, it's not 20, it's 12. Okay. Perfect. So now this is going to say the project, and these are going to be the users. Okay, so if we come to this wrap here, we are going to disable this because we always want to display the users, and we are going to feed it with a query. So we're going to turn this off as well, and we're going to come here, we're going to do a Supabase query, and this is going to be users extension. So we're going to be listing all the users here, confirm, and for the avatar, we are going to remove this, and this is very simple. Come in here and users extension, we're going to do profile URL. Okay, so this is going to list all the users. Now, I also want to make sure that we are telling our end user, right? End user, the person who's in front of the computer, whether a particular user is currently part of this project or not. Okay, and so this way, they can see whether, these users are part of the projects and these are not. And so how can we do it? Well, there's lots of ways of doing it. The fastest way of doing it is by using opacity. Okay, so we're going to be using opacity here, right, to signal this, to signal whether a user is part of the actual project or not. So with opacity of 1, right, so it's very, very visible, this user is part of the project. With opacity of like 0.3, that user is not part of the project, and then we're going to work with that, right? It's going to create a really, really cool effect. Now, this component gets past a project row ID because this here, we need to get the projects here. And this was fine for updating projects and kind of working with individual projects. But here, we don't need project information. We need the actual view that has the actual users that are assigned to this project. Okay, so we're going to change the kind of data that we're getting. We're going to remove this, and we're going to have a different parameter. We're going to be using a Supabase row from this projects list view, right? Because this has everything, okay? This has a list of users in that projects, okay? And so here we're going to pass a parameter. So this is going to be a project info row. We're going to say confirm. And now what we can do is we can select on the image and we can create conditional opacity depending on whether the user that we're looking at is part of that project or not. So we're going to come here, and what we're going to do is we're going to select this project info row here, and we're going to select users in project. And here what we're going to do is we're going to have opacity be dynamic depending on whether the user is part of that project or not. And so I'm going to click here. I'm going to search for conditional. I'm going to select this here, and I'm going to click here, and I'm going to select project info row. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to do users in project, and we're going to have a condition that checks whether a specific user is part of this project. And which user? Well, the user that we're listing, it's actually this user extension row, right? So we're going to select this user ID, and we're going to see if it's there or not, right? If it's there, our opacity is going to be 1. If it's not there, our opacity is going to be 0.3, okay? So let's go ahead and see if that works. And we have some errors here. Well, first of all, we have an update here. We're going to delete all this. We're going to fix that later. And we have another error where a filter is invalid. And that is because we were passing a row ID, a record ID, and now we're passing the whole row. So we no longer need the filter here because we're passing the whole row. And so what we need to do is we need to make sure that we're actually passing the right data. So let's go back to our project list, and let's go ahead and create another button here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this one here, and I'm going to change it to do something else. Okay, so this is going to be our assignment. What is our assignment? Assignment, yeah. Something like this, maybe. Assignment, yeah, maybe something like this. Now, when we click on that, that's going to display that assignment component. So we're going to come here, we're going to select this assigned project, and we're going to be passing the row, right? So here we want to pass this whole row, and we're going to be passing the Supabase row, confirm. And now we're passing that entire row. It's a row from the view, but we're not going to be working with the view. We're not going to be updating the view. We just need to get the data. We're going to be reading the view, and that is absolutely fine, okay? So let's go ahead and run our app, and let's see what happens. All right, here's our app. Let's go ahead and see what happens on our projects page. And we currently have one project, but we do have some users assigned, right? These are not just, blank users. So if we click here, let's see what happens. And there you see it. And what we have is add, remove users to the project. And as you can see, these two users have opacity of 1, which means that they're part of the project. But this third user, this is, we had like 3 users in our user extensions table, is not part of the project. And so now we have that visual indicator, right? So this part works. We just need to change project. And once we change project, the next thing we need to do is we need to add the logic, right? So there's going to be a lot of interesting logic. And once we, have this logic working, we click on update project. It's going to either end and or add new users to the project, assign them to the project, or remove them from the project. All right, so let's go ahead and try this right now. Let's go ahead and fix the name of the project. That's the easy part, right? You want to start with the easy things first. Let's go ahead and make sure that we have that there. We are passing the entire row, so it makes it super easy. We have access to the entire record here. Okay, so now we have the project name. Let's go ahead and reload this. Let's make sure it is correct. All right, click here and there's our project. Let's go click on this button, and as you can see, it says here travel report, so the name is correct. And so what we need to do now is we need to work on this logic here, right? This is the fun part, because we can do a lot of interesting things, right? We can let the end user, see various like visual effects once they add on this, once they delete on this, etc., etc. All right, so let's go ahead and build that now. Now let's think about the flow and how we're going to be implementing this whole logic, where we're going to be either adding a user to a project or removing a user from a project. And so the idea here is we're going to be displaying these this list of avatars with all users that are part or not part, and the end user can click on the avatar to signify that they either want to remove a user from a project or add a user from a project. And so there are two things that need to be happening. First, we need to let the user know that when they click on a person to add, that something is going to change visually. Maybe, we're going to change the opacity, or maybe we're going to overlay it with something else. We need to let the user know. And the second thing that we need to do is we need to do something internally. We need to be doing bookkeeping, right? We need to keep track of the various users that they're interested in adding and they're interested in removing. And the way that we're going to keep track of all this is via app state. This is this quintessential app state example. Okay, and so because this is a component, we are going to be using component state, because as the user is clicking, they may want to add this person, then they may want to add another person, then maybe they change their mind, they no longer want to add this person, and maybe they no longer want to remove the other person. We need to track all of that, and that is a quintessential app state situation here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add two app state variables. One is going to keep track of the users that we need to add, and another is going to keep track of the users that we need to remove. Here's the first app state variable, so we're going to call it users add, and here's another app state variable, users remove. Okay, and this is obviously going to be a list. Very, very important. It's going to be a list because there are going to be multiple users. And what exactly do we care about, right? What kind of information do we care about? Well, this is actually very easy to see. If you go back to our database here, we're going to be manipulating this table. So all we really care about is, well, the project ID, but we have that. But most importantly, we care about the user IDs, right? So we're going to be storing a list of their user IDs. Okay, so this is going to be a list of strings, right? And here's also going to be a list of strings. Okay, when we're going to say, yeah, this needs to be a list and this needs to be a list, and confirm. Okay, so now we have two component-based app state variables. And when we start out, they're blank. And this is important because if the user didn't do anything, then on the back end, we can see that these are empty and we don't need to do anything. But as the user starts kind of working with it, manipulating and doing all kinds of things, we are going to be working with these component state variables. Now, let's walk through the actual logic that's going to happen as a result of people clicking on these avatars here. So when the user clicks on the avatar, the first thing that we need to determine is whether this person is part of the project or not. Okay, that is the first thing that we need to determine, because if they're not part of the project and the user clicked on them, then they're trying to add, right? If they are part of the project and the user clicked on them, then they're trying to remove. And how do we determine if they're part of the project or not? Well, we already did that, right? So if you come back here for this image, we have this condition here. We're just, we have this logic here. List contains item. This essentially determines whether the person in question is part of the project or not. So we can take this logic and we can copy it, right? Because we already have this logic, okay? So now we can come over here and we can start building the flow. So let's say they click on this, and the first thing that we need to do is we need to determine whether this particular person is part of the project or not, right? We don't know when they click on them, right? We're not tracking that. We need to check. So I'm going to add a conditional action, and we're going to paste this here, and I'm going to do confirm. So this here determines whether they're part of the project. And it's also helpful to name your flows, right? Because it's very, very generic just by looking at it. And so what we want to do is we want to say is part or is member of the project. And so this is the first thing that we need to do, because if they are a member, then the person is trying to remove them, right? And so what we need to do is we need to remove them, okay? So we're going to come here, we're going to add an action to remove them, to add them to the remove list. And so here we're going to search for state, update component state. And what we want to do is we want to add them to the remove list, okay? So we're going to say add to list. And what are we going to be adding? Well, the user ID of that particular person, right? And this is this user extension. We have the user ID right here. And so if they click on a person that's part of a project, they're trying to remove it. And so that way we add them to the remove list. Okay. Now, if they're not part of the project, if they click on it, then they're trying to add them. Okay. So we're going to say copy action, paste them here, and we want to add them to the users add list. Okay. So we're going to come here, users add, and we want to add them to the list. And what are we adding? Well, we're adding this thing here, and we're gonna select user ID. And so right now we have a very, very simple flow that, depending on whether the user is part of the project or this is a user that's not part of the project, right? We are either going to be adding them for removal or for addition, right, to the project, or assignment to the project, if you will. Now, in this kind of situation, I like to track which users are where, right? I want to make sure that I'm seeing it. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be adding a little bit of debug. And I like to do it like at the top so that I know I need to delete it, okay? So I'm going to duplicate this text, and this is going to be my debug row, okay? And so I'm going to be listing the people that are added for addition, for assignment, and added for removal, okay? So I'm going to come here, I'm going to do a combined text, and I'm going to add here, I'm going to separate them, and this is going to be for for addition, right? I added the user for addition, so we're going to come here, component state, users add, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do number of items, okay? So just to see how many people are there, okay? Maybe later on we'll do it so that we have the actual user IDs, but this is good enough, okay? Just for right now. And this component state is user remove, and I'm going to do number of items. Okay, and now we are going to be seeing this in real time. Now, there's one thing that I want to check is, do we have this rebuild current component? Okay, so we have the rebuild current component, and that way this thing is going to refresh. Okay, and one thing real quick is I want to do a little bit of padding for the button so that there's more space here. Okay, let's go ahead and reload our app, and let's see if it at least works, right? At least, whether it's adding the users or not adding the users. All right, there's the app, click here, and there's the project, click here, and we have the users. Now, there are right now 0 people that are marked for addition and 0 people that are marked for removal. Now, if I click this person, they're marked for addition. If I click this person, they're marked for removal, okay? Now, if I click on this person again, they're going to be added again, okay? Because we didn't really have the logic to kind of take that into account. But at least now, it's adding up correctly, right? So the next thing that we need to do is we need to take into account the cases where the end user changes their mind, right? So if they click on this, they don't want to add them 3 times. They want to remove them, right? They change their mind, so they want to remove them. Let's go ahead and do that right now. So let's click on this here. Let's open our flows. And here we need to add more conditionals. And what we need to check is, before adding this user to the list, we need to see if they're part of the list, whether they are already marked for removal. And in that case, the user changed their mind. We need to remove them from the list. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a conditional, and my condition is going to be that whether the user is part of a particular list. Okay? So what list are we talking about? Well, here we are adding to this user's remove. And so this is what we need to do. We need a conditional to check. Okay, so I'm going to say users remove, and I'm going to say list contains item, and this is the item that we are adding, this user ID, okay? And I'm going to bring it to the top so it's first. And so if the user is already there, then we do not want to add this user again. We want to remove it, right? It's kind of this toggle, right? So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here, paste it, and I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to paste it here, okay? So if the user is already there, we want to remove them from the list. If they are not there, we want to add them. So this is fine. And let's go ahead and change this flow here. User exists. And so if yes, we don't want to add them. We want to remove them. And so let's go ahead and copy this first because we're going to be reusing it. So I'm going to say remove from list, come back here and paste. Okay, so this creates this toggle thing, right? So that way they can toggle. And we need to do the same thing here. Right here, we're adding to this user's add, but we need to make sure that we have this flow here as well. And let me bring it to the top. And this user already exists where? User exists in the user's add. So that's what we want. We want users add, and we want to make sure we want to check here and here. No, not this. Users extension, user ID. Okay, so here we are checking whether the user is in the remove, right? Because if they're a member, this is what we're going to be working with the remove array. And so let's go ahead and put that in there. User already exists. Remove list, user already exists, add list. Okay, so we have this here. This is users add. We just need to change this. And so here, this needs to be users add. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to remove this. And I'm going to say users add, and I need to add to list. Actually, I need to remove from list because users already contains. Paste this. Users ID, and now let's go ahead and copy this. Actually, let's take a look at this. So yeah, we need to copy that. We can delete this. We can delete this. Paste this here. And as you can see, this is users add, remove from the list. This needs to be add, but if we do add, it's going to remove this variable. So I'm going to do add to list. And now we have a very, very cool flow. Take a look at this, right? We first check whether the person is a member of the project. If they are, but now we have the toggle behavior, right? So they're part of the list. We want to remove them. If not, we want to add them. And here we're checking if they're part of the list. If so, we remove them from the list, users add, and here we add them to the list. Okay, looks good. Just a quick check. Users remove, add. Users add, remove, add. Perfect. Looks good to me. Let's go ahead and try it out. And now we should have that toggle behavior, right? We should not be continuously adding user IDs to the array if we already added them. Okay, all right, let's click here. And what do we have? We have our projects. Click here. We have this here. Now let's see if this works. So we're going to add this user. It's 1. Click again, 0. Perfect. Add this user, 1. Click again, 0. Add this user, 1. Click again, 0. Okay, so this works as expected. The only thing that I still want to do is I want to change the indications here. I want to maybe, I don't know yet, like maybe reverse this, right? So if I click here, maybe reverse their, maybe make this opacity of 1 now. And if we do the opposite, change it back. And if we do here, if we remove it, we're going to change the opacity to 0.3, something like that. And so for that to work, what we need to do is we need to change some of the logic. So if you recall, we have this opacity logic. And here it's very, very simple. We're just checking if the user is part of the project, but we need to make this logic a little bit more complex. Now, if you're enjoying this video tutorial so far and you want to build apps such as this one, then I highly recommend you check out my amazing trainings, Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase. Because let's face it, if you want to build an awesome app, not only do you need to master FlutterFlow, but you also need to master Supabase. And that is exactly what I'm doing in this video, because at the end of the day, you can't build a solid app by knowing just one of these technologies. You need to master both. And mastering FlutterFlow along with mastering Supabase are value-packed trainings that I built over the course of many, many months that cover everything that you need to know in order to master FlutterFlow and master Supabase. They contain easy to follow video modules that make it super easy to get started with FlutterFlow or Supabase regardless where you are when it comes to experience. So even if you're just a beginner, someone that's just starting out, or if you're someone with some experience under their belt, these trainings are going to be perfect for you. Additionally, when you join any of the trainings, you're going to get access to our private community where you can learn from others, join the discussions, as well as ask any questions when it comes to building your app. We have some amazing members there, and I personally participate and answer as many questions as possible. And so if you're serious about building no-code apps, then I definitely urge you to check out my amazing trainings, Mastering FlutterFlow and Mastering Supabase, and consider becoming a member. And so what we need to do is we need to change the way this logic is calculated, okay? We need to take into account different things. And it's actually very, very simple. So what we need to do is we need to click here, and instead of having this simple condition, this one condition, we need to have a complex condition. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this condition, click back here, and I'm going to edit it, and I'm going to replace it with a combined condition. Okay, this is a single condition or a simple condition. This is a complex condition. I'm going to click here, and we're going to be doing an AND condition here. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this, okay, what we had before. And so we have this original condition here, but we also need to have another check, and that is the check that we have not removed the user. And so we're going to click here, and we're going to create a very, very simple condition that makes sure that we're not removing the user. Okay, so we're going to search for users remove. We're going to have list contains, and we're going to find this user ID. Okay, and so now what we have here is we have the first half of the condition. Okay, so meaning that this user is part of the team, and we are not removing him, right? So that's the first half. This is the case when the user is already on the team. But we also need another part to this condition, and that is when we check that the user is not on the team, but we are adding the user to the team. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to copy this here, and we're going to come back here, and we're going to create a complex condition here. We're going to combine condition, and we're going to take that condition, that big condition, and we're going to paste it in here, okay? And we're going to do an OR condition. And so this first part is the part that's checking whether the user is on the list, but we're not removing the user. And the second part is going to check the opposite, whether the user is not on the list, but we are adding the user, okay? So we're going to come here, we're going to paste this, confirm, and we need to check it. This is going to be OR, and we need to modify this, right? So we need to invert this condition here, and here we need to check that we're not adding the user. So I'm going to come here, I'm going to edit, I'm going to search for users add, I'm going to do list contains item, I'm going to come back here, and I'm going to select user ID, and I'm going to press confirm. Okay, so this user is not on the list, but we are adding the user. In that case, we want opacity of 1. So there's lots of things happening here. So let's go through this one more time. So if you click here, we have two conditions that are ORed. And when you have an OR, you just need one of the conditions to be true. So if one of the conditions is true, whether it's this condition or this condition, the whole thing is true. And that means that this user is going to have opacity of 1, that the image, the avatar is going to have opacity of 1. And let's go through each of these sub-conditions here. So this first sub-condition is an AND. And here we are covering that scenario where the user is part of the team and we are not removing it. Okay, so this needs to be actually the opposite. Okay, so this is the first condition. Okay, so this is going to be true when we haven't really clicked for anything, right? When we display the initial state, the user is part of the team, and we're not removing the user. So this is fine. The next sub condition is when the user is not part of the team, but we're adding the user. Okay, so that is the other situation, right? There's really two situations, right? When the user is part of the team and we're not removing them, or when the user is not part of the team, but we're adding them, right? And this condition represents that. So we have the negation. So that means they're not part of the team, and we're adding them, right? And so if either of these conditions is true, then we are going to have opacity of 1. If otherwise, we're going to have opacity of 0.3. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit confirm. Let's go ahead and restart our app, create a new session. All right, here's the app. Let's go ahead and take a look at the project screen here. Click here, and what do we see? Well, we see this user is not part of the team, but we can make it part of the team. We can make him or her part of the team, whereas these two users are part of the team. Now, if I click here, you see we're marking this user for addition, and this user becomes, you can see him, right? It has a opacity of 1. But if we click this user again, we're back to 0, 0. We're back to square one. Okay. Now, if I click on this user, you see we're marking them for deletion. Okay. Now we have one here. And if I click on this user, we are marking them for deletion as well. And so if I were to update this project here, we would not have any team members. Okay. Now I can revert this. So these users are back here again, and this is 0. So nothing is going to happen. And I can click here, and this user is marked for addition. Okay. So this logic works flawlessly. And that is because we covered both of the bases, right? This initial stage, where we're displaying the user that's on the list, and we are making sure that we're not removing them. And the second situation where the user is not on the list, but we are marking them for addition. And as a result, we have this really, really nice and intuitive flow here. And so now that we have this really, really cool flow here, very, very intuitive, easy to understand, easy to use, the next thing that we need to do is we need to implement the backend. Okay, so when the user presses this button here, update project, it's going to go ahead and create the right relationships. It's going to execute the right queries. Okay, and how exactly are we going to do that? Well, if we jump back to our app, the way that we can do it is, remember, we're keeping state of the users that are marked for addition and the users that are marked for removal. And so this makes it super easy to follow through. Okay, and so what we're going to do is we're going to select this button, come here, and we're going to open this flow editor, and we're going to create a loop. And in fact, we're going to have two loops, right? One loop for addition and one loop for removals. Okay, and so this loop is going to loop through all the users that are marked for addition. Okay, and it's going to add all of those users. Now, before we create this loop, we need to do one more thing, and that is create a component variable that will help us to run through each of the elements in our list. Okay, so I'm going to jump back out, and I'm going to create one more variable here, and I'm just going to call it loop index. Okay, and this is going to be an integer, and you always want to initialize it at 0. Okay, it's never going to be nullable, but it's good practice to initialize it at 0. Okay, next we're going to come back here, open up this screen here, and now we can actually create the loop that's going to go through each of the elements in, let's say, in the addition list, right? All the user IDs that are marked for addition. And the purpose of this condition is that while this condition is true, this loop is going to iterate. Okay, so we're going to come here. This is going to be a single condition. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say loop index, okay, is less than the number of elements in the array that we're working with, right? So we're working with this users add array. And so I'm going to say number of items. Okay, and this is how you're going to be doing all loops, right? So loop index starts at 0. And so while it's less, meaning that, let's say we have 4 users marked for addition, while it's less than 4, meaning that it's going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, and then when it gets to 4, it's going to break out of this loop. And so this allows us to work with elements 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and so here what we're going to do is we are going to execute our backend query. Okay, and so what exactly are we going to be doing? Well, here we are going to be adding the users to the project. Okay, so this is going to be a backend query, and so we can type Supabase here, and we're going to be doing insert rows. And so if you recall, back in our Supabase, we have this project users table, and in this table, whenever we add a record, we are essentially adding a user to a specific project, and whenever we remove a record, we are removing the user from a specific project. So what we need to do in this case, because we are working through the users that we're going to be adding, is we need to add records here. And so we're going to go back here, and we're going to create a Supabase insert row, and we're going to select project users here. Okay, and now let's go ahead and fill out the fields. We're going to put all the fields. We're going to remove the first 2 as always. And here, what we need to do is we need to input the variables. Now, project ID is always going to be the same, right? Because we're working with the same project. What is going to change is this user ID. So let's go ahead and click here. And this is going to be a variable, right? Because depending on the iteration of the loop, we're going to be working with a different user ID. Okay, so I'm going to click here and I'm going to search for users at, okay, and I'm going to say I want to get item at index. What is the index? Well, the index is this loop index variable that we're working with, right? And so this allows us to get a specific item, right? And remember, this is a list of user IDs. This is exactly what we need. So we're going to say confirm. And for the project ID, well, this is very, very simple. We're going to click here. We have this project info row. We can simply click here and just get the project ID. And that's it. Project ID is going to be the same. We're working with the same project. It's just the users are going to be different. And that's pretty much it. This is our entire loop here, right? This is the first half of this action here, this action flow here, because this takes care of the situation where we are adding new users. And we can also add something like this at the end. That could be a snack bar that said added the users. Okay, so something like this. Now there's something very, very important that we forgot to do. Whenever you have a loop, you want to make sure that the last thing that you're doing is that you're incrementing this loop index, because if you don't, you're going to have an infinite loop, and this loop is going to go on forever because it never increments the index. So this is always going to be true. So we're going to click here and we're going to say state component, update component state, loop index, and we want to increment. Okay, increment by 1. Okay, and we don't really need to rebuild anything. It's not really important. And now we can reload our app and see what happens. All right, here's our app. Go to the project screen here, click here, and let's go ahead and add this user. This is the only user that we can add anyway, because it's the only user that's not currently part of the team. You see we have that one user there. Click update project, and hopefully it added the user. Okay, so let's go back to our database, reload, and as you can see, we have this new user, right? It's a unique ID, and we obviously need to close this dialog box, but if we exit out, we see this user right there. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that amazing? So let's go ahead and fix that up real quick. Let's go ahead and open this. And here we want to dismiss that dialog box. Okay, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say dismiss this bottom sheet here. And then we're going to be showing the snack bar, okay? Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to create the same loop, but for removing users, okay? We need to do the same thing, but this time we need to remove users, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here. I'm going to copy this loop actions here, and I'm going to paste these loop actions. And in between loops, you want to reset your loop index, right? So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to search for my component state. I'm going to select this loop index and I'm going to reset the value, okay? This is very, very important because we're starting a new loop. So we want to make sure that loop index is back at 0. Now, in this case, I'm not going to be looking at this users add. I'm going to be looking at users remove. Okay, I'm going to select this number of items, confirm, and now we're going to be doing delete, right? We're going to be deleting that record. And obviously we need matching rows, and we're going to be matching them by user ID is equal to whatever the user ID is in that loop. Okay, so we're going to say users remove. We're going to say item at index. We're going to say specific index, and we're going to be doing this component state, loop index, confirm. Okay, and so that's going to execute the deletion statements. Okay, and here you obviously want to increment your loop index, very, very important. And we can remove the snack bar, or in fact, we can move it to the bottom. So I'm going to cut this action here, put it here, and this thing can say finished assignments for the project. Okay, something like this. And let's go and see if that works as expected. Let's go ahead and start a new session. All right, so here's the app. Come back here and let's click here. And as you can see, we currently have 3 users on this project because we added this user here. Now let's go ahead and remove these 2 users here and let's see if it works. Update projects, and we only have 1 user. And if we go to our database, guess what? We should have just 1 record because we have removed the other users that were marked for deletion. And we can also add more users. Now we can add these users back, update projects. And we have this finished assignments for the projects as well. We have these 3 users. Come back here and we should be seeing these 3 users here. And so as you can see, this flow works perfectly, and I really like this flow because it's very intuitive, and it's just nice. It's just, it's one of these flows that when you do it makes sense, right? I mean, obviously we could have done it a much simpler way, but this is the way to do it, in my opinion. Maybe you guys can improve on it, and hopefully you learned something from this very powerful and useful technique. All right, so now that we've created the entire projects flow, at least for now, we have the projects list page, we have the new flow, we have the delete, we have the edit, and we also have that very cool the assignment, the team assignment flow. The next big flow that we're going to be building is going to be the task listing flow. Okay, and so the idea is the end user is going to click on a particular project, and they're going to be seeing a bunch of tasks, and there's going to be some flows there as well. And so we're going to be implementing things like the new flow, the new task flow, the edit task flow, the delete task, and also the assignment. Okay, we'll be able to assign the task to a single person, right? So whereas a project can have multiple people working on it, a task can only be assigned to a single person, okay? And so just like how we have in this diagram here, we have this project listing flow here, this subsection here, and now we're going to be working on this task listing flow. Okay, and if we head over to our Supabase, we have this task table, and as you can see, we have a foreign key to the project, and we also have another foreign key to the assigned user. And that way we can assign it to a specific user. Okay, so keeping all of this in mind, let's go ahead and start with a task list. Now I suggest that we start off with this project list. We can simply duplicate it and modify it. I really like this whole thing. I really like this flow, and we can kind of base the task list on project list. So I'm gonna right click here, and I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to go ahead and rename it task list, and now we have our task list. Now we have to change a lot of things. We have to modify, we have to edit, and so this is going to be tasks overview, new and assign. So we'll see how we're going to be doing assign. I think I'll have a very similar flow like I have here. I really like that. Filters, we'll leave the filters for now. This is well, we need to change how we are loading it, right? So this list view is going to be loading the tasks. Okay, and so if we head over here, we have a project list view, and the question is, do we want to load the tasks, or do we want to create a separate view? And I think we need to create a separate view in order to maybe display the project name. Okay, so if we need some extra details, right, extra data, then we might want to create a a view to get this extra data, because right now we can't list the name of the project. Okay? And so let's do this. Let's go ahead and load the tasks first and display as much information as we can. And then if we decide, well, we need some more information, we're going to create a separate view. So I'm going to say tasks here, confirm. And now we're going to have a bunch of issues because, well, we don't have, it's a different table, right, from what we had before. So what is this here? This is the name of the task. This is the description of the task. Okay, so this is the name here. So I'm going to say name. This is the description. I'm going to say description here. And this is going to be the task ID right here. And maybe up on top, we may want to display the actual project that these tasks belong for. Okay, so something like maybe we don't need this right here, assign. That looks kind of weird. And this, let's say this task overview, what we can do is we can say combine here, and we can say task overview, and this is going to be the project. Now, if you want to display the name of the project, we don't have access to it. Okay, so we need to pass the ID, right? We need to pass the ID so that we can figure out which project that we're dealing with, right? Because remember, tasks are one-to-many, and so we need that one side of the relationship, and that is the project in question. And so let's go back to projects list, and let's say they are going to be clicking on this. So let's say they click on project name just to see the tasks. Okay, and so something like this. We're going to create a navigation. In fact, we're going to open this up. We're going to say navigate to task list. Okay, and here we need to pass a parameter. Now on the task list, we need to define the parameter. So what is going to be the parameter? Well, the parameter, what we can do is we can say project row, right? We can pass the entire project row, and that's going to give us everything that we need. And so let's go ahead and pass the entire project row, Supabase row, and which exact row that we want to pass? Well, we want to pass this project list view. We want to pass a row right here, and this is going to have the information that we need. So this is the project row, and now we can say pass project row, and we can come over here and we can just pass this row, right? Because we've set it up. And so we're passing a row from this view, and fortunately this view should have all the information here. All right, and now that we have this navigation, that we have this link, once they click on this, they're going to go to the task list page, and they're going to be passing this row here. And so now if we go to this task list here, we can use that information. Okay, so let's say we want to display the project here. Well, we can simply come over here, we can select this text, and we can say, well, we want to do a combined text, and we want to do task overview, and this is, let's say, for this project here. Then we can come here, project row, and we have access to all the fields in that view. So these are the fields that we have access to. So let's say we want project name, we can display it here, and now it's going to display the name of the specific project that these tasks are for, right? That these tasks are part of. We need to change a couple of things. Let's fix these issues first. Passing parameters, and what do we have here? We have some parameters issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this so that this works. We're going to remove this for now so that everything works. We have some Boolean issues here. We're going to fix that as well. I just want to make sure it's, you know, at least it loads, right? So we don't need that right there. Let's take a look. These images, we are going to remove that, and one more. We're going to remove this. Now we got one last error, and it's telling us cannot use page list with required page parameters. And the issue here is that we duplicated project list, and we also made task list have a navbar, and it does not need to have a navbar. It's not going to have a navbar because it's kind of a detail page. So we're going to disable this navbar here, and that error should go away. Okay, so now we don't have any errors. Okay, so now let's go ahead and run our app and see how it looks, see what happens. All right, so here's our app, and let's go and take a look at the project list behavior. Okay, so we have one project here, we have 4 people assigned to it, and you see this is clickable. So let's go ahead and click here, and we see 3 items here, right? So we see 3 tasks: begin filming, write the script, edit the final product. So the data is showing up correctly. The tasks are showing up. We have the name of the project here. So we have a couple of issues, right? We have some wrapping issues, some display issue here. That's easy to fix. And, you know, we need to make sure that the user assigned is correct, that this is right. This is, you know, the status is correct. And we also need to make sure that these work. Okay, so let's go back and let's start with the simple stuff. Okay, so let's start with things such as creating a new one, editing, and deleting it. Okay, and then we'll work on the assignment as well. Okay, so first let's work on the new one. Okay, so new is, if we click on new, it's going to do a new project here. Okay, so obviously we need to create a new component for creating a new task. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this component, and I'm going to say C, that stands for component, C new task. Okay, so we have this. We're going to rename this new task, add new task. We're going to come over here, add new task. We have name and description. Okay, so this is good enough to get started. And one thing that I'd like to do, another thing that I want to do is I want to organize my components. So I'm going to say task, and I'm going to say project. Okay, so let's do a little bit of organization. So this new task is going to be in here, and these ones are going to be in here, these components. So that way it's clear where the components are for which entity. Okay, and so I'm going to do the same thing for update. I'm going to duplicate this, drag and drop it here, and I'm going to say C update task. Change this, update task. We're going to need to change the logic here, the Supabase query. Now this needs to be not project but tasks, single row, and we need to filter it by the specific task. Okay, so obviously this needs to get a parameter. Okay, so let's go ahead and make sure this gets the right parameter. Now, if we go back to our task list, where are we getting these tasks, right? What are we querying? And this is important, right? So if we come over here, we select this right here. What are we querying? We are querying the tasks table. Okay, and because we're querying the task table, we can pass the task row ID. And when we pass the task row ID, we're going to have access to all the fields, okay? And this should be enough for updating a task, okay? So here, we're going to change this to not an integer, but actually a task record. So task row, okay? So this is not going to be an integer. We can just get the entire Supabase row from task, okay? This is fine for us. That we have the parameter, we can make sure that we are displaying the right fields. Okay, so task row is name. That's fine. Description should be also description. Okay, so it's the same names, which is fine. And so this component gets the entire row passed to it from the main page here, right? So if we come back here to tasks and we want to edit this right here, we need to pass a entire row here. And so first we need to change the kind of component that we're working with. So it's no longer going to be update project, it's going to be update task. And when we scroll down, we need to pass the right parameter. So this is task row, and here we have our task. We can just select task, and that's it, and we're done. Now we're passing the entire task row. For delete, it's going to be a little different, right? This is going to be an action here, and we're going to have the confirm dialog. It's going to say delete task. Are you sure? And this is still the same. And now for the backend call, well, we're going to be operating on tasks. So we're going to be deleting tasks, but we need to make sure that we're setting the filter correctly, right? So the filter, it's not going to be project ID. It's going to be task ID, right? So we have this task row. We're just going to say ID. Okay, so now we're going to be deleting it and matching it by the ID, which is how you want to match, because IDs are going to be unique, and that's about it. And now we can say something like success or successfully deleted task. We can change that later, but right now this delete flow should work. Let's double check our edit flow, right? So this update task flow, let's double check this update button here. We have not set it correctly. And so we have this update row. We're going to be updating tasks, and we're going to be setting name and description. And for matching row, we need to match on the ID. Okay, so this is no longer the parameter that we're looking for. This is the parameter, task row ID. Okay, so we can match that. We're going to be setting these two fields, and if everything is okay, right, if the result is set and not empty, we're going to display success. Otherwise we're going to say failed, but in any case, we're going to dismiss this dialog box. Okay, so at this point, we have update, and I believe we have new. No, new we haven't done yet. Let's do new right now. Open that up, and this is insert row into tasks, and we're going to remove this. Name, description, and for status, I don't know, like active or started. This is going to depend on how we want to set it up, because for filtering, we may want to have it done a certain way, and we're going to fix that later. But right now, name and description, everything looks good. We have one issue here, and let's take a look. So why do we have an issue there? Yeah, because this is incorrect here. And so this is update task here, and remember, we are getting this task row here. Okay, so we don't need to query anything there. We don't need to query anything, so we can remove this query because we have the data. We're passing the entire row. We're not passing the ID. We are passing the entire row. So for here, we can just come over here, and we have this component, parameter. We're going to do name here, and we're going to do description here. Okay, confirm, and we should have no issues here. And so at this point, we have new, we have edit, and we have delete as well. If I'm not mistaken, delete task. And so now we quickly built three pieces of functionality. We built the new task, the edit task, as well as the delete task. So the only thing that's left is to test it out, and let's see how it looks. All right, so here's our app. Let's come back to our project list here. Let's click on this project. We have the tasks for this project here. We probably don't need the IDs. And in fact, I don't think we even need the IDs here, right? I think they're just taking up unnecessary space. So we'll see. In any case, we have our tasks. Let's try editing a task. So it says begin filming. Let's say update it to 3, and it's right here. Okay, so it kind of arranged things because I think it's arranging it by the last updated. So we need to fix that. We need to change the sort. Maybe we sort them by, I don't know, some other value, right? When they were created or something else. But it worked. It worked, right? We can also delete it. Let's go ahead and try deleting it, and it's gone. You saw that. So ID with 1, task ID 1 is gone. Next, let's test out this new task flow. We're going to click on new, and it says new project. Okay, so hopefully everything else is going to work. We need to change that. Let's create a new task. Let's call it finish editing. We need to finish editing the documentary, and it says add new project. Okay, so this should be changed as well, and it looks like it may have created a new project instead of, yeah, it created a new project. So we need to make sure that our new is done correctly. Okay, let's go back and fix this. So this new, yeah, it's pulling up this new project component, so we need to update it to new task, and that's it. Assuming that new task is finished and we have that working, it should work. Let's go ahead and reload our app. All right, there's the app. Click here, and we have these 2 projects, okay, that we created unintentionally. And so let's click on this travel report. We have these 2 tasks. Click on new task. Okay, finish filming. We need to finish filming the documentary. Add new task. And there it is. And there's the new task ID of 4. All right. So at this point, we have those 3 actions working, right? So we have new, we have delete. In fact, I can delete this right now. That is gone. And we have edit, right? So I can edit a task. Next, let's work on the assignment flow. Now, the next thing that I want to build out is the assignment flow. Okay. So if we go back to our table here for tasks, we have a field that we can assign a particular task to. And this makes sense because a project can have multiple people working on it, but each of those people may be working on different tasks, right? So this is important that we need to get this right as well. So for instance, here we have 2 tasks, part of the same project, that are both assigned to the same person, which is absolutely acceptable. And so the next thing that I want to work on is the UI flow. Okay, so we have our task list. How is this going to work? Well, I propose that we do it the same way as before. And so this is going to work very, very similarly to how the projects assignment work, right? So if you click on this project component here, we're going to list all the users. And instead of allowing the users to assign multiple people, we are only going to allow them to assign a single person. Okay, so they won't be able to select multiple people, just one person. So let's say this person is selected, they can click on this person, and then this person will be turned off, and this person will be selected. That is how it's going to work. And so let's go ahead and implement that right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this assigned project, and we're going to drag and drop it here. I'm going to say C assign. Okay, so we have that there, and I'm going to change some of the text here. Reassign, remove users. I'm going to change this to assign user to task, because it's only going to be one user that you can assign to. This is going to be the name of the task. And well, we're getting this name from this parameter, so we need to make sure that we're getting the right parameters. And let's go ahead and check first, what exactly are we sending? Well, we're probably sending this project info row when we need to just send the actual task row, right? We don't need, we're going to change what we're sending. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say task row. I think this should suffice. Yeah, this is Supabase row, and this is going to be a task, right? So we're going to say confirm, and now we're going to get a bunch of errors, obviously, because we're dealing with a different data type. And so here we can click here, select this task row, and select the name of the task to display in case we want to display the task. Now, this thing here, this is going to work differently now, right? So unlike with the previous flow, the previous assignment flow, we're not going to have, people that we're adding, people that we're removing. All we're going to be tracking, this is debug, right? We're not going to have this in the final version. We are going to be tracking which person are we assigning, right? So this is going to have one value. And so I'm just going to remove these for now, okay, so that we don't have an error, but we're going to fix that. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to keep track of the person that we're going to be assigning. So we don't need any of this anymore. We're not going to have a loop because we only have one person. And here we need to keep track the person that we are assigning, okay? And this is going to be a user ID. And so this is going to be a string, and this is going to be user ID assigned. And so this state parameter is going to keep track of which user the person clicked on. It's going to keep track on which user are we going to be assigning the task to. And let's go ahead and change this update project to update task or assign. Yeah, update task is fine. All right, so we have this here, and here, this is our debug stuff, right? What we're going to do is we are going to, well, let's just go ahead and remove it. And this is going to display that component, right? So we're going to be displaying this component state. Okay, so this is going to be the user that will be assigned, okay? And in fact, when we load this, it's probably a good idea that we assign something to that state variable, right? Because it's required. It needs to have something assigned. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an action. In fact, I'm just going to open this. I'm going to say component, update component state. I'm going to add a field, and we're going to assign it to the current user, okay, that's assigned right now, so that at least there's somebody there, okay? This is going to be this assigned to right here, okay? So this thing, when the component loads, this state variable is going to have something, and we don't really need to rebuild anything. We can just exit out. And so now this thing is going to display something. Next, let's go ahead and fix some of the errors that we have. And lots of errors have to do with this conditional action here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove these so that we don't have that many errors. And let's take a look. Update. Okay, so we need to remove this as well. I'm going to delete this action chain. I like to just delete things so that I can have a fresh look. Okay, so what's wrong here? Double property not set. This is this profile URL. Next, we have this property here, and this is probably this thing here. I'm going to just remove it. And a local page state is non-nullable and has no default value. Okay, let's give it a default value. And here, I'm just going to give it an empty value. And that is because we are setting it when we load it. And next, I want to go back to our list, task list, and I want to make sure that at least that dialog box, assignment dialog box pops up. So let's say this icon here, we're going to come over here and we want to make sure that we load that update dialog box. Okay, so I'm gonna say show bottom sheet, select the component, update task here, and we need to pass a variable task row. This is gonna be this task row right here, confirm. All right, we have no errors. Let's go ahead and reload our app or start a new session. All right, so here's the app, come back here, and there's our project list. Okay, now let's go ahead and click on one of our projects. We have the list of tasks. Now, if I click here for assignment, looks like it's linking to update task. Let's go ahead and fix that. That should be assign task. There it is, assign task. Okay, let's go ahead and pass task row. Okay, so we have the task row. Let's go ahead and reload this. A very minor oversight on our part. We don't have any errors. All right, here we are. Click here. There's the project. Click here. There's the task. And if we click here, we have this dialog box. Now, we wanted to display the user ID. It's not being displayed. Let's see why that is. So here's our assigned task. This is assigned task. If we open this up, we're updating component state, but we forgot to issue a rebuild. Okay, so we need to rebuild the current component. That's what we need to do because we need to display it for debugging purposes. So let's go ahead and refresh our app. All right, come back here, assignment, and there it is. So it's showing the user, right? So as soon as this component loads, it sets the state variable and rebuilds the component. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that the currently assigned user is showing up as selected, meaning that they're going to have an opacity of 1, whereas all the other users are going to be grayed out, meaning an opacity of 0.3. And so with opacity of 1, I'm just going to call this user as selected, and the other users that are going to be grayed out as unselected. Okay, and so let's come over here, and if you take a look at this wrap, we are essentially getting all the users in this wrap. So we're not filtering by anything, we're just getting the entire thing. And so what we can do is we can come to this image here and we can create a condition on this opacity property here. So we're going to come here, we're going to say conditional, and we're going to say conditional value. Now we can just fill this out. If it's true, opacity of 1, otherwise it's 0.3. And what is the condition? Well, the condition is very, very simple. We're going to do a simple condition where we're just going to compare two values. The first value is this current value, right? So this current value, whatever it is, so like the user ID of the currently displayed avatar, whether it is equal to the value, the user ID in the component state variable. Okay, so we're gonna come here, component state, user ID assign, confirm, and now it's 1. And now let's go ahead and restart our app and see if that works. All right, so here's our app. We're looking at the project screen, and if I select one of the projects, we are here, and if I click here, we are seeing the list of users, but none of them are selected. Now, why is that? The currently selected user is this one here. Okay, this is what the state contains. But if we go to our database, none of these users are here. Okay, so we basically set it to some arbitrary users, and that is because we have it assigned to a user that's not in this table. And that's a problem because, you know, if we assigned it, they should be here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add a record for this user, this last user that we don't have in the table. And I believe it starts with AD, and let's give it a profile URL. In fact, let me just go copy this, insert row, AD, and paste this here. And now we have a user here. And so now if we reload this here, if we do that, we are going to have a user selected. So in this case, this is the last user here. Okay, so this is the currently assigned user in the task table, and this is this user right here. And so far, so good. We are displaying the users, and we are selecting the user that is it's currently assigned to. And so this task here is this write a script task. And if we come here, go to task, we have write the script, and it's assigned to this user. And let's say I assign it to Rob. And now it's assigned to Rob. And now if we come over here, and we refresh this, we're gonna have a different user that's selected here. Okay, so this logic works perfectly. Okay, the next thing that we need to do is we need to create the actual logic where they can select a different user. So they can click here, click here, click here. They click here, nothing will happen because this is already selected. And so this is something that we need to do right now. And so here I am back in FlutterFlow, and we're going to create an action on the image. Okay, so we're going to open this up. And the first thing that we need to do is when the user clicks on the image, we want to change the component, right? We need to change the component that's currently, you know, signifies which user is marked for assignment. And so we're going to type state, update component state, the only one that we have here. And we're going to say set value. And what are we going to be setting it to? Well, we're going to be setting it to the component that was clicked, right? To the component that was actually clicked on here. And for this, we can simply expand this and select user ID. Okay. Now here we need to rebuild the current component, okay? Because that way we're going to be displaying it here. It's not going to change which one is selected here because the logic does not reflect it, but at least it's going to change here. Okay, let's go ahead and try it out. All right, here's our app, and here are our projects. Select our projects, and let's say we want to assign a different user to this task. Click here, and this is the currently assigned user. Now if I click here, you see it rebuilds the whole thing because this is now the currently assigned user. If I click here, this is currently the currently assigned user, etc., etc. And so as you can see, this logic here works flawlessly. The only thing that's left to do is to finish this backend stuff here. And as you can guess, this is very, very easy because we have all the data here and we don't need to create any of the loops. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. We're going to come in here and we're going to do an update. So we're going to open this up, add an action. We're going to type update row. We're going to be updating tasks. Okay. And matching rows is going to be the task ID. Okay. So we're going to select this ID right here, which is the task ID, and equal to whatever the task that we're working with, right? The task row. So we're going to select this ID here, and that's going to select the current task that we're working with. And now we need to set our fields, and the only field that we're going to be setting is assigned to, and the value that we're going to be assigning it to is going to come from component state. Okay, this is the value that we picked, and this is the value that was set. So this user ID assigned. Okay, and that's it. And one thing that we can do is we can also dismiss it, and we can do a snack bar that tells the user that, hey, the user has been assigned. User has been assigned. Okay, so something like this. All right, let's go ahead and test this out. Tasks. Let's go ahead and reassign. It's assigned to this guy here. It's assigned to 6F. Let's take a look at our database here. And Which task are we dealing with right now? We are dealing with write a script task. This is this task here. It's assigned to user 6F. Come back here. Let's assign it to 1D. Update task, and we should have reassigned it to 1D. And as you can see now, write a script is 1D. So let's go ahead and reassign that again. Write a script. Let's say assign it to the second user. This is F7. This is 1D. Update task. And now it should say F7. Okay, so as you can see, this logic works flawlessly. Okay, so this logic is complete. This assignment logic is done. There's still a couple of minor things that we need to do. We need to fix this here so that, so that this thing is bounded by some kind of a container, this text here. And I want to make sure that this is correct. Right now, it just displays the same thing. Let's go ahead and have it display the currently assigned user. Okay, let's do that. So come back here. Let's go to our task list and let's fix the overflow issue. Okay, so why do we have an overflow issue? Well, the reason we have an overflow issue is that this text is not bound by anything, right? We have a row, but this thing is not bound by anything. Now, there are a couple of ways of fixing it, and the way that I want to fix it is I want to make sure that these buttons have the space that they need and that the rest is taken up by this, okay? Because this, we can truncate this, but this we cannot truncate, okay? And so what we're gonna do is, you see how we have this text and we have this row. What we're gonna do is we're gonna give them a column. We're gonna assign them to two separate columns and then control the width via the columns. Okay, so I'm gonna come in here, I'm gonna do a wrap in this column here, and I'm gonna do the same thing for this. I'm gonna wrap this widget in a column. And so now what we can do is we can, on this column level, what I can do is I can make sure that these things take as much space as possible, and this thing takes as little space as possible, or it can expand but not expand by too much. Okay, and this thing can do something like this, take up the entire space. So let's go ahead and try this out. Hopefully this works as expected. All right, here's our app. Click on travel report, and there you see it. Okay, so it's a little bit better. It's still a little messy. Let's go and see if we can justify it to the left. I think that should fix it. Click on this name right here, and let's go ahead and see this column. So this column is centered. We're gonna justify it to the left, and that should hopefully fix it. Let's go ahead and reload this. All right, click here, projects. All right, here's the app. Select this, projects, and it's still right justified. Maybe it's on the text level. Let's go ahead and select the text, and as you can see, it's right justified here. We're gonna do left justified, and in fact this one I want to do right justified. Okay, let's go ahead and reload this. All right, here's the app. Click on travel report, and now as you can see, it's perfectly left justified, and this is right justified. And so with this current setup that we have here, these buttons are always going to be taking the space that they need, whereas this here is going to take the rest of the space. Okay, so if it's, if it's going to wrap, it's going to wrap inside of it, and this is perfect. This is exactly what you need. It fixes that problem. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to fix this here. I only want to display the user that this task is currently assigned to. Okay, so I'm going to come in here, and let's take a look at what we have. And so here we have this row here, and the only thing that I want to do is I want to display the currently assigned user. That is the only thing that I want. So that is an image, obviously. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this wrap here, and I'm going to, I can keep this row. Next, I'm going to reset the opacity on the row. Just going to make it 1. And I want to make sure that this image here is only going to be displaying the currently assigned user. So we're going to delete all these containers here. We don't need that. We're just only looking to display one user here. And now we have this image here. And so now I can get it to display the currently assigned user. So we have this task row here, and we have this assigned to. The problem here, however, is that we have assigned to, which is a user ID. We do not have the image. And so what we can do instead is on this image widget here, we can actually get some more data. And in this case, we can get user extensions and filter it by the assigned user. Okay, so here we're going to get single row. We're going to filter it by a user ID. We're going to say equal to, and we're going to say user ID here. Okay, this is the assigned to user. Okay, so now on this image, we are getting the exact user from the extensions table. And now we can come back here and we can simply, get the data that we want, right? And so we can simply expand this. and get the profile URL. And this will give us the exact thing that we're looking for. And in fact, we don't need the stack anymore. We can simply remove this widget here. And now we have a bunch of rows. We have a row. We have a row. We don't need this row here. We can just remove this widget. And now we have the main row and we have the row for this thing here. And in fact, we probably don't even need the row as well. Remove this widget. Okay, perfect. So now we have the row with the image and the row with the text, and now it's aligned space between, which works perfectly for us. Okay, let's go ahead and reload the app and see how it looks. All right, project list, click here, and we have our task overview. And as you can see, now we have just the users that are working on this task, that are assigned here. And we can click here and we can reassign them. Okay, so I can click here, update task, and guess what? It's now assigned to this person. I can click here, I can assign it to this guy, and that has updated. Okay, so as you can see, the flow works perfectly. And then later on, if you have a need, we can have a task that's assigned to multiple people if our app requirements evolve, right? So you'll be able to see multiple users if you want here. But as of now, this works exactly how we want it to work. Now, the next thing that I want to work on is the task detail page, because right now what we have is a project list page. So if you click here on the project, you're going to be redirected to the task list, and on the task list, the idea is if they click on the task name, they're going to get redirected to the task detail page where they're going to see, some like the description and maybe some other pieces of information. They're going to see the task in all its glory. And so we're going to click here, and instead of going into lists, we're going to click on content, and we're going to look for a page that we can use. And so this is a good page here. So potentially this could be a good page. Let's take a look and see what else we have. Maybe something like this. There's lots and lots of options, but you want to make sure that it kind of fits what you're doing. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with this page right here. Okay, I think this is the best fit for what we're doing. This one right here. Okay, so I'm going to say my theme, and I'm going to say task detail. Okay, create page, and now we have this task detail page here. And so the idea is from task list, if they click on this name here, we are going to pass all the information that we need on the task detail. In this case, we can just pass the entire row, right? We can just pass the entire row because unlike in some of the other situations, we don't need to pass the ID so that we can use that ID to pull up a record in another view, right? Here, we can just pass the actual row, the Supabase row, directly, right? And that way we don't have to query anything, okay? And so here, I'm gonna open up this flow editor, I'm gonna add an action, and I'm gonna say navigate to task detail, and I'm gonna pass, and I'm gonna define this, what I need to pass. This is gonna be a Supabase row. These are really, really nice to work with because you don't need to query it on the receiving page. And I'm gonna say task row. Okay, and table name is tasks. Okay, confirm. We can simply pass this parameter here, right? From this task page, task row, come in here, and we have the task row here, Supabase row. Okay, and so now when we actually are redirected, when the user is redirected to the task detail page, they're going to have an entire row to work with, and then we can get some of the other information without needing to create a view that's going to, have all of this stuff from different tables. All right, so here we are in task details here. And let's go ahead and start filling out some of the things. So this is going to be the name of the task. I'm going to say task row. I'm going to say name, confirm. This is going to be the name. And this is also going to be the name, actually. Task row. And this could be like project maybe, or name, or project here. Oh, let's make this project, right? Because you want the task to be in a bigger font size, whereas a project could be underneath in a smaller font size. So I'm going to do this, and we have the project ID. Okay, so what this means is that if you do not want to create another view, you need to query it, right? You need to actually query the data on this level. So let's go ahead and do that. Not a big deal. We can just do Supabase query, and here we can just do projects, and this is going to be single. I'm going to add a filter, and I'm going to say ID equals to, and here I'm going to say task row project ID, hit confirm, and now we're going to get the single row from projects. It's only going to be available here. Okay, and so if we come back here, we have access to this project row, and so I can just pull up the name. Okay, and so this is a nice strategy when you mostly need things from one table, but you also need a couple of other pieces, right? You can, of course, create a view for this. And this is something that I talked about before. You can create a view that will give you everything that you need, like a task detail view. And a lot of times that's probably a good way. That's a good approach. But here, instead of creating a view, I just need a couple of other pieces. I'm just going to do another query. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to do it. This is just quicker and easier, but probably in the long term, it's better to create the view. Okay, but I just want to show you another way to do it. Okay, here we need the task detail. Come in here, task row, task description here, and there's some more things here. I don't think we need that. And here we can have the same thing that we had before, this assignment. Okay, we can say this is assigned to this user, and they can also change the assignment here as well. Okay, so kind of similar to what we have on the main page. And for that, we can simply go to task list. We can come over here and we can simply get this, maybe not this row right here, this container. We can just get it, right click, copy, go to task detail, delete all this. In fact, do we want to delete that whole thing? Let's take a look at what we have. So we have this row here. We can just delete this here, okay? And then inside the row, let's go ahead and delete all of them, right? We're going to delete all of them because it's only going to be assigned to one person. We're going to say paste. Okay, and now we've pasted this thing, and we can make the image bigger here because this is a detail view. So let's make it 100 by 100. Take a look at this container here. Okay, so something like this. And here we can center it. And it's going to look something like this. And next, we want to make sure that we are pulling up the right image. And in fact, we already have this backend query because we've copied this whole widget from the other page. The only thing we need to change is this filter here, right? We need to make sure that assigned is being pulled up correctly. So we're going to click here, page parameter, task row, and select assigned, confirm. Okay. And so now this should hopefully pull up the right user. And with the filter, we're going to be displaying the correct user there. Okay. Now let's go ahead and run this app and let's see if everything that we've done so far is working as it should. All right, here's the app. Come back here to our project list, click on the project. We're seeing the tasks. And now let's say I click on a task. We are redirected to a task detail page, okay? And it's displaying the correct user. We have some information here. We should also maybe display the status, a couple of other things. And if we go back here, write a script about visiting the capital. And this is the person here. If we click here, we should see another person here because we're doing a query. You can even call it like a sub query because we have this one thing here that we're actually passing, and then we're doing another query here on this main page just for, you know, this user here. Okay, but overall it looks pretty good. Let's go back here. Let's go to our detail and let's see what we can do. So now in terms of this button, one thing that we can do is we can have this button mark this task complete. This is a feature that I wanted to implement anyway, and using this button to do that is perfect, right? It's going to be a really nice flow. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to say mark completed. Okay, something like this, probably be mark completed. So when they click on it, it's going to set the status for this task as completed. And this is perfect. And let's go ahead and do our action here. Let's open this up. Let's add an action. This is going to be an update. Update row. This is for tasks. We need matching rows, of course, because we don't want to update all the rows. We're going to match by ID equal to, and we are going to look at our task row, ID, confirm. Now we need to set the fields, and the only field that we need to set is going to be status. And here we can just set it to done, right? This task is now done, and that's about it. And so when the user presses the button, it's automatically going to update this task to done. And before we run our app, let's go ahead and create another field so that we can see the status, right? And I'm going to have it before name. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this here and I'm going to put it right here. And this is going to be the status. And so we have name, status, and then we can remove this other name. And then description, and let's go ahead and give it a little bit of padding for the description. Okay, so name, status, description, something like this. And when we mark it completed, this should automatically change. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if that works as intended. Let's go ahead and reload our app. All right, so here's the app. And if we go to our projects here and we click on one of the projects here, if we mark it as completed, it should have changed it in the database. And as you can see, one is marked done. Okay, the script about visiting the capital, which is this task right here. Now, this thing did not update. Right? This is a status field. It still is new and it did not update. Now, why is that? Well, the reason it did not update is because, remember, we're passing a parameter to this page. We're passing this task row. And when you pass a Supabase row and you update it, the page does not automatically refresh. Okay, it does not happen. And so what you would typically do is you would open this up, and what you need to do is you need to do refresh. You need to do refresh database request. But the problem is there's nothing to refresh. Right? We can only refresh the image, and we really don't need to refresh the image. We need to refresh the whole thing. And so we can't really do that, right? We can't really refresh this whole thing. Whatever we passed, it still has all data, okay? And so what we can do is we can click here, and instead of fetching the status from the task row, we can fetch it once we're on the page. We can fetch it automatically, and that way it's going to refresh. And so what I mean by that is we can come in here and we can fetch just the status. And because we're going to be fetching it on this page, we can refresh it from this action. Okay, so with status selected, add query, we're going to do a Supabase query, and I'm going to do a tasks, and I'm going to say single row, and we're going to set a filter, right? Essentially, we're going to get the same task, but we're going to be querying it for it on this page. And because we're querying it on this page, we can refresh that query automatically, which is something that we can't do if we're passing it as a parameter. Okay, so I'm going to say ID is equal to task row ID, confirm, and now we have that task that we are querying again that's available on the status, right? So I can come back here, and instead of using this task row, I can use this tasks row that's only available for this widget here, and I'm going to say status. Okay, I'm going to say confirm. Okay, and so now everything, all the other fields are getting their values from that pass parameter, whereas status, we're querying for it again. Okay, let's take a look at the errors here. Let's take a look. And now this refresh database request, we can select this. It says description text, but we need to change it, right? I'm going to say status text. Okay. And so now we don't have any errors, and we also are able to refresh this automatically. And so this is a little bit of a workaround whenever you are passing a complete row. All right, here's the app. Come to our projects here. Click here. We see the two tasks, and they're both new, right? I reverted that task from done to new, so that way we can do it again. I'm going to click on write a script, and you see it says new here. I'm going to say mark completed, and now it's done, because we're doing a fresh query on this page, and therefore we can refresh it by an action here. Okay, if we are just passing variables, we can't refresh that. Okay, but we can refresh a fresh query. And now when we come back to the task list page for this project, we can see that one is done and one is new. And I can do the same thing for this one. It's new, mark completed, now it's done here. Come back here, and now both of them are done. Instead of displaying this image like this, we can display it as part of this section here. So we come down to this column here, we have title, and we can rename that to name, task name. This could be task status, and this is description task. This is task description. And we have a divider here. And so what we can do is we can maybe take this thing here, and what we can do is we can create a row, maybe here, and we can take this container and put it in here. Okay, remove this right here, and we can kind of fix it up a little bit. So we have a row, I can add a text, and I can put it above, and I can say assign to, and maybe make this a little bit smaller. Okay, like before, 50-50, change the container, something like this. Maybe give it a little bit of padding. Okay, so something like this. Assign to, we have description, assign to, and in fact, let's above description, I'm going to rename this assign to, and I'm going to put it right here, something like this. Name, status, assign to, and then we are going to have this description. And let's go ahead and make this maybe a little bit bigger. What do we have for the status? We have 16 font size. This is 14, 16. Description doesn't need to be, yeah, this is fine. So something like this. Let's go ahead and reload this. All right, and now if we click here, go to one of the tasks, and this is kind of what the page looks like now, right? It says done. And actually I want to change a couple of things. if we come over here, I like how this looks. Okay, so why don't we just copy this whole thing and display it there, right? This whole flow there, okay? Let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna come back here to our task list and just copy this whole thing. Just copy this entire row, copy, go to task detail, and let's go ahead and paste that somewhere here. So we have this column here, and what we can do is we can right click and paste that. And that looks a lot better. Don't you think? I think so. Let's go ahead and delete that. And let's go ahead and delete that. And what we can do is we can change the order. So maybe, I don't know, maybe above the name. You tell me. I think above the name maybe, but I'm not a UX expert. Okay, so let's change. There's no padding here, so let's remove the padding. Let's remove the padding. Okay, so there we have it. We have the name, we have this thing here, the status. Okay, the status is going to come from the page parameter, and we have the status here. We have the name from the page parameter, correct. We have description from the page parameter, and we need the image. Okay, so we have this thing here. I don't think that's correct. We need to make sure it comes from this page parameter, assign to, because we need to get the profile picture from another table. You can think of this as a sub query here. Okay, let's take a look and see. And here we have this refresh database. And in fact, this status here, we also need to pull it up, right? We need to do a query because when we click here, we want it to refresh. And this needs to be a separate query. So we're going to come back here. We're going to do Supabase query. We are going to be doing tasks. And here we're going to do ID equal to task row ID. And we have a filter here. So we have a query here, and this is status, but now we need to make sure that we're not getting it from the parameter. We're getting it from this one here, status, and that way we can refresh this, right? So now we can select what we want to refresh, image or text. Not very descriptive, but you know, we know what it is, right? So this image, I'm just going to say profile image, and this is going to be task status. And so this way, when you click here, you open it, you can just select profile image or task status. We want to refresh task status because that's kind of what we're dealing with. We can also center the name. If we so desire, we can kind of change this around, but it looks kind of cool. One thing that I want to do is maybe the description, put the divider above the description, and that way it's very nice. We don't even need this anymore. So now we kind of have the name, bunch of fields, and then the description, and then you can mark it completed. So something like this. Let's go ahead and refresh our app. All right, there's the app. Come back here, click here, and there you see it. Okay, it looks kind of clean. We have this here, maybe another divider, but now we have done here. Okay, so if we have something new, let's take a look at this one here. They're both done. In fact, let's go ahead and change one of them to new, or let's change both of them to new, and that way we can try this logic flow. What happens when you click? So now this is done. Let me refresh the page. It should be new. All right, come back here, click here, and they're both new. So I can click here, new, mark completed, and it's done. Come back here, it's done. And the same thing for this one, new, mark completed, done. Come back here, they're both done. Okay, so as you can see, this logic works really, really nicely. And obviously you can change it, you can update it, you can make it whatever you want. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm kind of happy how it looks. Another thing that we can do is we can add a way to change statuses, right? So instead of marking it completed, we can change it to another status. Okay, so like from new to in progress, etc., etc. So let's go ahead and do that now real quick. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to have the ability to change statuses. So remember how it had new status, and then you can click here and mark it completed. Well, that's changing status in a specific way. But I want to have the ability where they can edit, and they're going to have a pull down where they can update this task. And by the way, this should obviously say update task here. And then later we can create a filter. And so that way we can filter for specific statuses. So let's go ahead and do that now. This is our update task here. And I'm going to go ahead and change this to, and we're going to say update task. And next I'm going to add a drop down so that we can change the statuses. Okay, so here's a drop down. Let's go ahead and extend that. Now we have something like this. Give it a little bit of padding. I believe it's 8. And let's give it padding from the top. I think 10 should work. And that looks about right. And let's go ahead and fill these in with some statuses. So if you scroll down, you can give it a initial option value. And this initial option value is going to be the current status, right? So we need to do a query or look up the actual field from the data that we're being passed in and set it there. And so remember, we're passing in the current task that we're dealing with, right? So we can select this, we can go to task row, and we can simply get the status here, okay? Now, we also need to list the statuses, right? So we need to think about the statuses that we're gonna have. And I propose something simple. We're gonna start off with new, then we're gonna do doing, and then I'm gonna say done. So new, no, it's not, nothing is being done here. Doing, self-explanatory, and done, self-explanatory, okay? And that way, initially, we have these new statuses in the database, and as a result, that is what it's going to default to, okay? So let's go ahead and refresh our app and see if that flow displays the current status. All right, here's the app. Come back here, click on this, and now if we want to edit, we should see the status. So as you can see, this is done here. And this one is done also, and it defaults to done, right? Done is not the first item, it's just what it defaults to. Now, if we change this to new, it's going to default to new. Okay, so we have this as new, and we refresh this and come back here. So click here. Now they're both new. Select this. Now it's new automatically. Okay, so this works. It displays the right thing. The next thing we need to do is the backend stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and quickly do that, which should be very, very easy since we already have most of this backend done. We're going to open this up and we're going to add another field. And this field is going to be status, and this is going to be widget state dropdown. Okay, and that's it. That is pretty much it. Okay, and one thing I want to do is I want to change this to input status, and it should work as is. Let's go ahead and refresh our app. Click here, and let's say we want to edit. It's new. We're going to say doing. We're going to hit update, and now it's doing. You saw how it updated it. Same thing here, new, doing, and now both of them are doing, okay? And one thing that I want to do is I want to sort them by ID. I just want to make sure that they stay in place. So let's quickly do that. We can change the sorting later. We're going to go into task list, list view. We're going to click edit, and we're going to do an order. I'm just going to do ID, and we want to do increasing. And so that way it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hit confirm. And let's do the same thing for our projects, right? Always a good idea so that they stay in place by project ID in increasing order. Confirm. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh this. Here we are. Come back here, and now they're ordered, right? 1, 2, and 3. Click here, and it's also ordered, right? So we can edit this all day. They're never going to shift. So I can set this to done, and now it's done. You see, it would have came down. Okay, set this to done, and it's done as well. Okay, so that this flow works perfectly. One last thing that I want to do is set up the filtering. Okay, I want to make sure that filtering works. Now, I like these chips, but for filtering, I really like to use a drop down. I don't know. I'm just a drop down kind of guy. Okay, chips are cool too, but I just like a nice drop down. Okay, so I'm going to delete these chips here, and I'm going to add a drop down. Okay, so now we have this drop down. Let's go ahead and give this text a little bit of padding to the right so it doesn't run into this drop down here. Yeah, on the right hand side, maybe a 10. Perfect, something like this. Let's make it a little bit smaller, this drop down. Okay, that's much better. Okay, and we can even remove filters. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. We can say filter by status. Okay, that's a lot better. And here, what are we going to do? Well, we're just going to list our statuses. All right, we're going to add these options. New, and we want initial one. We don't want any initial one. We're just going to say, please select. Okay, this is our projects. This is actually a projects filter, okay? And I guess for projects, we can have similar statuses as well. I'm going to check the statuses. But now what we can do is we can take this whole container, copy it, and we're going to say copy here, go to our task list. We're going to paste it in here. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna find the enclosing column. There's that list here, and I'm gonna say paste. Okay, and now I have my container here. This is our list container. It's at the bottom. We need to drag it to the top. All right, and there's our filters for the task, and it's gonna be the same thing. New, doing, and done. Okay, so now we have this filter on projects as well as tasks. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a state variable, a page state variable that's going to be tracking the filter, the current filter, so that we can use it in our query. So we're going to come here, page state variables. I'm going to say current filter, and this is going to be a string. I'm going to set it here. I'm going to say confirm. And now I'm going to go into my list view and I'm going to add that filter. Okay, I'm going to create that filter and I'm going to say we want to filter by status equals to whatever the page state variable is, that current filter there. Okay, I'm going to say confirm. And one last thing is this, on this drop down, what we want to do is we want to make sure that when we change it, it updates the page state variable. Okay, so we're going to open it up, unselect it. We're going to be updating our page state variable. Okay, update page state, current filter. We're going to set it to widget state, a drop down. So there's lots of drop downs. I actually don't remember what this drop down is. So this is input task filter. Okay, that's what we need. So we're going to be doing input task filter. And one last thing, we want to set the filter to display, let's say, new tasks. Okay, so we're going to default this variable to new, and I'm also going to update this initial value here. So we're going to come here and we're going to load it from current filter. All right, here's the app. Come back here, go to travel report, and now we see the tasks that are new. And so if we come back here and we click on doing, there are no tasks. Okay, and so we might want to display something like no task found. We go to done, similarly no tasks. We go back to new, and we are seeing tasks again. And the same idea for projects. Okay, we need to do the same thing for projects. That should be a nice filter. Come back here, project list, and let's go ahead and define the new doing done. And for the initial value, we can also set it at new. We're gonna define our filter variable here, add a field, current filter. We're gonna do string. We're gonna set it to new, and the same thing here. We're gonna open this up, add an action, and we are going to update our page state variable. Okay, we're going to set it to current filter, set value, and the value is going to be from the drop down. Widget state drop down, I need to rename it, rebuild current page, which is exactly what we want to do. And then let's go ahead and define this filter. We're going to say status equal to a page state current filter. Okay, and let's go ahead and change what this is input project, or just inputs. Yeah, project status, project fill, something like this. And now let's take a look at our projects and let's take a look at the statuses. So we have started and active. I'm just going to make them new. Let's go ahead and reload our app. All right, here we are. Come back here and we are displaying new. I changed this to doing, nothing is being displayed. I changed this to done, nothing is being displayed. New has these. I can click here. And same thing, doing, not being displayed. But if I change one of them, so I click here, I say doing, update task. Now only one is being displayed. But if I go into doing, I'm going to be seeing the other one. But if I go into done, nothing is there. But if I click on this one and I say mark as completed, it's now done. Come back here, done. Okay, so this flow works really, really nicely. I really, really like this flow. And so I hope you like it as well. Very, very clean. So our app is starting to come together. We have projects, we have filtering, we have our task view, we have this really, really cool assignment that we can do right here. We need to remove this, by the way, but that is easy. We're going to leave that for later. You can assign to different people. It updates it right there. Really, really cool. Now, the next page that I want to work on is a page that allows admins to assign different people to different roles. So if we check out our Supabase structure here, remember we have roles and we have user roles, right? So this table right here just lists the various roles, but this user roles here is a many-to-many table that allows assignment, right? So you can assign various people into various roles. In other words, you can think of roles as buckets and people that are like, you know, things that you place into a bucket. And so this way you can put multiple people in a role and then set various permissions on a specific role that is going to be applicable to all the people that are part of the role. Now, the flow that I'm looking for is going to work very, very similar to this, right? So remember with the different projects that we have, you can click on the user and you can assign them or remove them to a specific project. And so that is the same idea. Instead of listing projects, we're going to be listing listing different roles and then listing the users and automatically listing the users that are part of that role. And you can click here and you can assign different users to that role. And so it's going to be a very, very similar flow that we have here. And I think it works really, really well. And so let's jump back into our FlutterFlow here and let's go ahead and duplicate this project list, because we're going to have a very, very similar flow to how project list assignment works. And so we might as well duplicate it here, and we're going to say user management. Okay. And so I'm going to rename a couple of things. I'm going to say user management. I'm going to delete this. We're not going to have new. We're not going to have assign, filter. I don't think we need that. And what we're going to do is we're going to list the roles, and then we're going to give them the ability to assign different users to different roles. And we can also do editing. We can also delete different roles as well. So very, very similar flow, except we don't really need the status here. So I'm going to delete the status, but everything else is going to be exactly what we have here. And here we're going to feed the roles. Okay, so I'm going to come in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say roles, and here we can display the different roles. I'm going to remove the filtering. We're going to order them by the ID in increasing order. Okay, and so now we have these roles. I'm going to delete the ID and I'm going to display the role name here. This is the role name, and I don't remember, what did we have here? We had project list, project name and ID, project description. Okay, obviously we're not gonna have that. Yeah, we don't have that, so I'm gonna delete that as well. All right, and I'm gonna do it a little bit of padding on the list container, so 16. Okay, that looks a lot better. And so these are roles, and then here you're gonna see all the users that are part of that role, and you can click here and you can do assignments, you can remove, add users, you'll be able to edit the role, edit the name, or delete the role here as well. And so I'm going to come in here and I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to say roles, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate these components that we have. I'm gonna duplicate this, and then I'm gonna drag and drop them right here, I'm gonna rename these. This is gonna be assign roles. This is gonna be new role, and this is gonna be update role. All right, let's go ahead and wire them up. This user management, we're gonna wire this to our not update project anymore. This is going to be update role, and here we're gonna remove that, and we're gonna define different parameters here, and this is going to be a role ID that we're passing. Role ID, this is an integer. This one right here, if we open that up, it's assigned project. This is going to be assign roles. And for delete, we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, this delete right here, we're gonna check out our actions, and we have a confirm dialog box. And in this case, we're not displaying a component, we simply have a call. And so we're gonna see where the issue is, and it's looking at projects. We're going to change that into roles, and it's doing matching roles. And what exactly are we going to be looking at? Well, we need to match ID. Okay, we're going to be matching ID right here, and let's take a look at the errors we have here. So the first is this right here, and this is a navigation. When the user clicks on this, we're going to remove this navigation because we don't really need this navigation here. We're not redirecting them anywhere, so we're going to remove that. Next, we're going to take a look at this passing parameter. Required parameter is not set. Now this is assign roles, and let's take a look at what we're passing here. So this expects a project info role for assign roles. So if we come into assign roles right here, it's expecting a row in this project list view. And this is a view that we have to create for this roles component, okay? Because remember, we needed that view in order to see which people are part of this specific role. We need a view to make it easier, because if you come over here, we have this project list view here. And the reason we have that is it makes it easier having this array to display, to check whether a certain user is assigned to a particular project, like users and projects. So we need to create a similar view for our roles, and that is why we're going to be using this thing here. So I'm going to remove this for now, and I'm going to continue fixing some of the issues. We have a required parameter for update, and let's take a look. Required parameter role ID is not set. And so here we need to pass the role ID, and the role ID is going to be gotten from here. Okay, this parameter, now we're good. We have a conditional action here, and this is where we need to check if if a member is part of a role. Okay, so this is what we need to check, and that is why we need to pass that role from that particular view that we still need to build out. Let's go take a look. What do we have here? So here we have a loop, and we're still going to be using a loop, so all of this is going to apply. Except here we are going to be using this table, user roles. We're going to be inserting a role, and we're going to be inserting a user ID, and we're going to be inserting a role ID. Okay, so this is for inserting a particular user for a specific role. So this is going to be set up like this, and this is going to have a role ID that we're going to be passing. And so we have lots of errors having to do with this component. And the issue here is we don't have the view set up yet. We don't have the view. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump back into Supabase, and I'm going to create a very, very similar view like we have here. Okay, so I'm going to go into my SQL editor, and I'm going to say create a view, user roles view, that will contain, and it needs to contain basically the name of the role and all the users that are part of that role as an array. Okay, so we're gonna do role ID, role name, and users part and user IDs that are part of the role as an array. Okay, so something like this. And if we jump back here, this is kind of what we're looking for, right? We're looking for all this role stuff, and then users as an array. Now here we also have profile pictures. We can also use profile pictures as well. So we're going to have users in project, users in role, and then profile pictures as well for the users, and profile picture URLs of the users as an array. Let's see what it comes up with. All right, so this is what it generated. We have the role ID, role name, user IDs, profile picture URLs, and it looks exactly what we want. This is it. Let's go ahead and accept change. Let's go ahead and execute this. Success. Come back here, and we have a new view. And here's the view. So we have one user in admin role. We have one user as a manager. We have no users in a member role, and no users in the auditor role. This is exactly what we need. And this is going to be perfect in our app. Next, we're going to jump into Supabase, and we're going to do get schema, so that we refresh the new view, that we have this new view right here, this user roles view that is going to make our lives a lot easier. We're going to jump back here, and for this assign roles, we want to make sure that we're accepting a parameter that we're going to be passing, and this is going to be user roles row. Okay, and we're going to say this is a Supabase row of user roles view. Okay, confirm. And now it accepts this row. And now we can do a lot of interesting things, right? We can display the name of the row. We have the name. And so here is going to be the name of the row. Users row. We're going to say role name here. And here we can get the list of users, right? So here we're getting user extension here. And remember, we're going to have a conditional that will automatically check if that specific user is, inside that role, or if they were added to the role. Okay, so we're going to jump here, take a look here, and this is the first, right? This is actually checking for project info role, but we don't have project info role. And so we're going to select this right here. We're going to select this user IDs, and we're going to do list contains. What does it contain? This user here, okay? The user that's being listed, okay? Because we're trying to display the image, whether the image is going to be opacity of 1 or 0.3. So we need to look up this user ID, confirm, and we're going to leave this as is. Remember, we have this users remove, and now this is fine. We're going to click here, and same thing. We're going to select our users roles. We're going to do user IDs, list contains, and we're going to select this user ID, confirm. Okay, so it's the exact same logic, but it's already done for us. We don't have to worry about it. So we're going to hit confirm. Okay, and so this logic displaying should work. Okay, let's take a look at some of the other issues we have. All right, so this is this bottom sheet assign roles, and this is where we need to pass the parameter. Okay, and the parameter is going to be easy. We're just going to be passing this thing right here from the Supabase. And back on this page, when we are listing different elements, we're not going to be getting it from roles anymore. We're going to be getting it from user roles view, right? We're going to be using that view now. Okay, and let's take a look at our order. We're going to be ordering by row ID, confirm. And now let's go ahead and fix some of the errors here. So this assign rows, we need to pass a parameter. So it wants user roles row. And we have that now, confirm, that is there. Let's keep going. Here, update role, and it wants a role ID. And that's fine. We have the role ID. Next, we have this right here. This is for deletion, okay? So it wants to do deletion, and we're going to be deleting on roles and matching. We need to make sure the filter is correct. Role ID. Next, we have this conditional execution for action is improperly set. So if we click here, this is our conditions for this image, right? This is when you click on the image, whether you're going to be toggling that image on or off, okay? And so the first thing that we're checking, well, here it says is member of a project. Now this is going to say is member of a role, okay? So we're gonna click here and we are gonna check if that user ID is member of a specific role, right? So we're gonna come here, we're gonna select our user IDs, we're gonna say list contains item, and we need this user ID here, okay? Okay, now that is good. Everything looks good because this is already set from before. Come back here, still a couple of errors. And this is update. And what is the issue here? Supabase insert has an invalid value for row ID. Open this up. It doesn't have a row ID. And so we're gonna click here and we're gonna select row ID, okay? So we have the user that is list item at index here. This is a loop, right? So we're going to be placing these users and the role ID is going to be the same. Okay. Exit here. Now we have some other issues here. What do we have? Let's take a look. Matching rows, filter here. So this right here, we're trying to match in order to update a row. Okay. For this button here. And so come back here and we have the role ID. Okay, so the role ID is there. Property issue. Let's go ahead and fix that. Here we need to select our user IDs. Take a look right here. This is our user record here. And this is our user IDs. Come back here. This is the image path right here. Profile picture URLs, because this is the image. Let's take a look here. This is a property issue. Okay, this again, user IDs and Supabase query. One of the filters is invalid. Okay, so let's take a look. What's invalid? This is going to be this role ID. All right, we don't have any more errors now. That was a lot of errors, but that is because we're adapting this component for this new use case. So let's jump back into our view here. This is our user management. These are going to be all the roles. Now, before we run our app, let's quickly change this, this navbar icon. Let's make it something else. This is user management. Let's find some users. Let's take a look. Users. About this right here. That looks pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and run our app. All right, so here's our app. And if we head over to our users management, we see exactly what we were expecting to see. Okay, we have a list of roles and we have the various users that are part of that role, right? So we had one user as an admin, one user as a manager. We don't have any members and we don't have any auditors. If I click here, I have this component here that pops up that you should recognize by now, which is the same component, the same flow that we used before. Now, let's say I want to add this user and this user. Well, the problem is when I click add, it does not change the image opacity, right? So let's say I want to add this user. I say update. It adds the user and this user has the opacity, but when I do this here, it doesn't change it. So there's some issue with the logic. Now, let's say I want to remove this user. I want to remove this user. It changes the opacity, which is correct. But if I hit update, it does not remove the users. And so first, let's see the issues with the logic. Let's see why it's not changing opacity when I click on them. So I'm going to open up this assign roles and see what's happening. So as you can see, we have this image opacity and it has this crazy logic. And the issue that we have here is that if we try to click, it's adding them, but it's not changing the opacity. Now, why is that? Let's go ahead and open this up and let's take a look at the conditions that we have. So we have these multiple conditions. We have user roles contains item and they're not in user remove. Okay, so they're not there, which is this user ID. This is fine. And if we click here, this is user role contains. Oh, this should be inverted, right? It's not contained, but we're trying to add. Okay, so I think that should fix it. Let's go ahead and reload that. All right, there's the app. Click here. We have this screen. Click here and let's see. Okay, now it works. Okay, now it works. So as you can see, I have this guy, but if I hit update, the deletion doesn't work, okay? Addition works. I can add all of them if I wanted to. Okay, but I can't delete them. And that is because there's some issue with the backend. Okay, so let's take a look at our backend call. Let's see, click on this. This should say update role. Okay, update role, and this should say add remove users to from role. And let's take a look and see what happens here. Okay, so we have this deletion right here, right? And we have this deletion, project users, matching rows. What is the filter? It looks good to me. User remove item at index, update component state. Yep. Loop index. We have this loop index, reset value. Yeah. So, num list items. User. Okay. Let's take a look at list items. Users remove. Yeah. It looks good to me. The issue is we're deleting it from the wrong table. This should be user roles, not projects. So let's double check on this. Make sure that our insert, well, our insert is correct. Delete was using the wrong table. So let's go ahead and reload this and everything should work. All right. So if I come back here, I have these 4 users and I can remove them. And let's say I remove this guy here and I have 1 left. But the issue here, if I remove the last one, it removes all of them. And that is because in the code, we are removing the user from all the roles. We need to remove that user from a specific role. Okay, so we need to change the logic again. This thing right here, this delete logic, we need to make sure that we're not deleting the user. We are deleting the user from a specific role. Okay, this filter needs to change because we need to match it on the role as well. So role is also equal to user roles role ID. Okay, so now let's take a look. All right, here's the app. And if you come here, let's say we have 4 users here and 1 user. Now let me go ahead and remove a couple of these users. Okay, so far so good. This user still stays. Let me remove this user and see what happens. And as you can see, it removed the other user, but kept this one, which is kind of what we want. So I can remove this last user, but it's not going to affect this user here. This user is going to stay. And as you can see, this has no users in admin, but we still have this 1 user. I can add more here. Okay, and I can also add more users here as well. And I can remove the users here, and that should not affect any of the other roles. And now as you can see, there are no users in this manager, but all the users are here. And so we had an issue where in this table, we were just removing the user without checking which role they're in, because we need to remove the user from a specific role. Okay, very, very important. Next, let's take a look at this edit functionality. It says update project. We need to change that real quick. This is very simple. Take a look at this users management. This is update role. What are we passing? We're passing the role ID. It's just we are pulling the data from the wrong table. So update role. Let's take a look. Let's come over here. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, we're looking at projects when we should be looking at roles, and this is fine. And this should say update role. This should say, okay. And now we need to make sure that the name, well, we don't have a description for the role, just the name. So let's say we want to edit the name. We're going to click here and I'm going to say role name. Okay. And when you click this, this is obviously is going to update roles, and the field is going to be, we're going to be setting role name to roles, role name. Okay, matching roles. This is going to be role ID. Okay, that looks good. So this should work. Let's go ahead and test that out. All right, come back here. Let's go ahead and edit this. Update role admin 2. And let's take a look. It still says admin. All right, let's double check this. Role name. This should not be role from here. It should be from widget state, input name. Okay, very important. Now let's go ahead and refresh our app. All right, here's the app. Come to users. Let's say we want to edit, change it to admin 2, success, change it back to admin, looks good. And we can probably delete a role as well. Let's say I want to delete auditor. I click here, are you sure, confirm, and it's gone. Okay, now we only have 3 roles. And now that we've deleted a role, we need to create a new role. And for that, we can simply do it with a new functionality. So we have this new role here. Let's go ahead and rename it. New role. This should say add new role. And let's take a look at what we have. And let's take a look at the action to make sure we're working with the right table. This should be roles. And we only need to insert the name of the role. That's it. So we're going to say role name, value is widget state, input name, we don't need description. In fact, we can remove it, and that's it. And let's go ahead and add a button to do it. In our user management, go ahead and add a button here. I'm going to do this, I'm going to add another column. And here, I'm going to add a button. In fact, this should be here. Here, I'm going to duplicate this. And here, I'm going to add a button. I'm going to delete this and I'm going to add a button, and let's go ahead and align this something like, go ahead and make this column take a lot of space and this column take minimal amount of space. Perfect. Let's go ahead and take a look at this row. Okay, let's take a look at this column for alignment. Go ahead, change this. We don't need that. Okay, perfect. User management, this is going to be new. And this is going to add an action. We are going to bottom sheet. We're going to select this new, and background color is going to be white here. And that should work. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh our app. All right, come back here. We have this new role. What are we going to do? Auditor, add role. And there it is. Okay, now we have this role. Now we can add users. Let's say we add 3 users and they're part of this role here. Okay, and we can remove these users. And they're going to be removed only from this role here. Okay, and they're gone. And we still have these original users here. And I want to quickly add some padding from the top here. Let's go ahead and do that. Select this column. Maybe do a little bit of padding. Something like this. Let's go ahead and refresh that. See how that looks. And there you have it. With a little bit of padding, it looks a lot better. All right, so the next thing that I want to work on is I want to create authorization policies so that only certain people can view or perform various actions in the app. And so as an example, if we head over to this user management screen, this is a great piece of functionality. We don't want everyone to change or reassign different people to different roles. So I don't want to have a user come in and add somebody as a manager here. Okay, so this screen right here should be only available to admins. Okay, so we need to lock it down and make sure that whoever is using the app is in the admin role. So they need to be here. And if they're not in the right role, we're going to show them another screen that says something like, sorry, but you don't have enough permissions to perform this action. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this right now, because this is a very, very important piece of the app. And I don't think you're going to be building any serious app without various authorization controls. And thankfully, with Supabase, this is fairly easy to do. Okay, so let's head back into my Supabase account. And remember, so this screen here, where are we getting this data? Well, we are getting this data from this user roles view. And this is a view. Okay, so if we head back here, you will see that this is the view that we're using, user roles view. Now, if you recall, a view is different from a table, because a view is essentially a saved query. So if you head over to this definition, you will see that we are essentially, joining a bunch of tables together. And when you are creating different authorization policies for the views, you want to take a look at the tables, because this is where you're going to be setting these policies, right? You're not going to be setting these policies on the views. They're going to be on specific tables. And so which table out of these 3, or all 3, or just some of them, do we want to set our policies on? Well, if I take a look at this screen here, right, the main table that I want to kind of create permissions on is this roles table, right? This is it, right? This is the table that I do not want others, if they do not have the right permissions, they're not part of a specific role, I do not want them to have access to this roles table. Obviously, I don't want them to have access to this table, while users extension is a different table, right? The 2 main tables that we're talking about are these 2, but roles is kind of where the buck stops, right? Roles is the table that you want to lock down, right? Because if you take a look at roles here, this is a table that lists your roles, and you don't want, you don't want anybody have access to this table and joining this table and really using the resources of this table, right? Accessing this data here, if they're not a user that has specific, that's part of specific roles. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna be locking down this roles table, and if we lock down this roles table, then obviously the view is not gonna work, because the view is joining this roles table. This is the main table here. Okay, And so we're going to click on roles, and we're going to click on this RLS policies. Remember, we have one active RLS policy that we created all the way in the beginning of this tutorial, right? And this is all. So everybody has all access, okay? And what we need to do is we need to lock it down, right? We want to lock down the selects. We want to lock down what people can do, and including views, right? And essentially we can lock down all operations, right? We don't want people to view. We don't want people to, modify anything. We want to lock down this whole table and make it available only for admins, okay? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here, I'm going to edit this, and right here in these two tables, you can create a condition that needs to return true for the operation to succeed. Okay, so you have this something called a using expression and something called a with check expression. So what is the difference? Well, with check is an expression that's used just before you're updating data that's already there, right? It's used for validation of data. Okay, so if you're inserting data, if you're updating data, things like that, right? It's going to be using the check expression. Whereas a using expression is used after you've put in the data. Okay, so if you're doing a select, you're going to be using this expression. You're not even going to have this check expression. And this is something that I talk about at length in my new training called Mastering Supabase. So if you're interested in learning more about RLSs, you're interested in kind of mastering this very, very powerful area of Supabase, an important area, an area that you're going to be using in all of your serious apps, then definitely take a look at my new training and consider becoming a member. And you can learn more about the training in the description below the video. But the best way to approach this problem is you want to create an expression in both of these boxes. And so as an example, here's an expression that I have created that checks whether a user, a logged in user, is part of a certain role. And so here we're saying this is a logged in user, and they need to have role ID of 1. And if you recall, role ID of 1 is our admin role. Okay. And so if we save this policy here, right, we are only going to have access to that roles table if we are part of the admin role. Okay. So I'm going to say review. I'm going to say save policy, and now, if we reload this screen here, we will only have access to this view, to the tables that the view connects us to if we are part of the admin role. So if we come back here, we should still see it. Why? Because we are part of the admin role, okay? And to show you why, let me include another text widget here that lets you know who the user is. So I'm going to come back here, I'm going to go to user management, and I'm going to add another text widget that's going to display the logged in user. Okay, so I'm going to come in here, user ID, and this is only for debugging. You're obviously not going to have this in the production app. That is just to show you that the currently logged in user is part of the admin role. So if I come back here and if I restart the app, kind of refresh the app, and if I come back here, you're going to see the currently logged in user. This is the user ID of the currently logged in user. And if we head back to the database here and we take a look at user roles, you should find this user in the admin role, right? So if you take a look, these 4 users are in the admin role, and this is one of the users, 1DB. Okay, and if I remove this user from the admin role by deleting this record and then reload the page, we should no longer have access to any of this. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and reload the page. You don't even need to rebuild the app. This is a Supabase change. So all you need to do is reload the page. I should not have access to this, right? Take a look. I do not see it, right? And that is because I am no longer in the admin role. Okay, and so this is a nice check because now we can develop how the page is going to look if the user does not have access to this. Okay, so you've seen what happens if we are part of the admin role, right? We see this whole screen. But now you see what happens if we are not part of the admin role. And so right now I want to build the UI that checks whether the currently logged in user has access to this page before displaying the content. This is a great pattern that you can use when you're building your apps. And so the way that we're going to do it is we're going to go to the high level here, this user management, all the way, kind of the root element of the page here. And we're going to come in here, backend query, and we're going to execute a very, very simple query that tries to load some data from this view, right? So take a look. We're going to add this query, Supabase Supabase query, we're gonna try to access this user roles view that this page needs to display. We're only gonna be doing a single row, and that's it. We're gonna say confirm, okay? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a condition on row that will only display this row, and this row is everything, right? This is this whole thing. This is everything here, right? It's everything. It's the topmost element, right? If I collapse it, nothing is displayed. We're going to create a condition that will only display this row if we were successfully able to access that view, if we got that one record that we wanted. So I'm going to say conditional. I'm going to click here and I'm going to try to display or do something with this record. And all I need to do is select role ID, and I need to say is set. If role ID is set, that means we were able to successfully load one of the records and we have access to the view. If not, nothing will be displayed here, okay? You're not going to see anything because this row is essentially the whole page, okay? So let's try this. Let's go ahead and create a new session and see what happens. All right, so here is our app. And now if we go to the screen here, what do we see? We see nothing. We see nothing because we have a check here at the top level and row is conditionally visible, okay? And so this is a good way to determine what we want to show our end users, okay? And so seeing that this works, what we can do is we can wrap it in a stack. So I'm going to do a stack here. I'm going to wrap this whole thing in a stack. And inside the stack, I'm going to create a column that we're going to be showing if the user does not have access to this screen. We're going to put this column first, and we're going to set conditional visibility on this column so that it will show only if there's no data from the view that we're trying to access. Okay, so I'm going to select this. I'm going to say row ID, and I'm going to say is not set. You can pick any field that you want. It doesn't really matter. And now this column is going to be viewable if we do not get any data back, which is going to be the case if we do not have access to this page, okay? So here I can create a container and I can make this container width of 350, so something like this. And I can even wrap it in a row, center the row, and inside the container I can put some text and I can say something like, you don't have access, but you don't have access to this view. And you can make this text a little bit bigger, something headline large, and you can even center it, right? You can center it on the page. You can do something like this. Now it's centered here. All right. And now what you can do is you can actually display it. You can see how it looks like. So if we disable that other row that will display the main content, this is what the users are going to see. So maybe even center this text a little bit, something like this. Let's see if we can maybe put it up on top. Yeah, something like this, and give it some padding for this column from the top 100. So something like this. Okay. And now let's go ahead and reload our app. And hopefully this is what we're going to be seeing. All right. There's the app. Come over here. And this is what we see. Sorry, but you don't have access to this view. Okay. So this is a nice pattern that you can use when it comes to displaying or not displaying various views, various pieces of a view, various widgets, essentially blocking them based on the roles, based on what the user can or cannot see. Now, let's say we head back to Supabase and we go to this user roles here. And let's say I reassign myself to the admin role. So I'm going to re-add this record here. User ID begins with 1D here. Right here, and I'm going to say role ID is going to be our admin role. So I'm going to select admin, and now I am back in the admin role. And so now if we reload this page here without rebuilding the app, I should have access to whatever is on the screen, okay? And now we can see the screen again and we can do whatever we want because I am now back in the admin role. And all of that thanks to our one active RLS policy that we have on the roles here, right? We have this RLS policy, and in fact, I need to change it now. So now I could put admin can do anything, right? Because this applies to all, but we have the admin check. And you can also see that this applies to all. So this policy does not apply to just selects, inserts, updates, or deletes. It applies to everything. And we have that check for that admin role there. And this is a good policy to have for this very, very important table called roles, right? This roles is not, a table such as roles should not be available to everybody to do anything that they want, right? This table should always be locked down pretty much, right? Unless you have a very, very good reason to not lock it down. Now, the next permission flow that I want to create is I only want project managers to do assignments. Okay, so here we are in this main project, projects page. And here I can assign users, right? I can add, remove users to this project, right? So let's say I have 2 users here. I can add another user, right? And that's going to go ahead and add this user here. I can add the last user. Now I have all of these users, and I can similarly remove these users, okay? So I've just removed 3 users, and we are not seeing that user anymore. And I want this functionality to only be available to admins and project managers, okay? And so let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's go back to our app. The first thing we need to do is we need to take a look at what view or table that we're dealing with, right? So here's the page, here's the list view, and we are looking at project list view. So it's a similar situation as before. We are once again dealing with a view, not a table. And so we need to go back to our Supabase here and take a look at, what are the underlying tables that this view is dealing with. And now we can take a look at the SQL here and we can decide, well, what table do we want to limit regular users from accessing, okay? And the table in question is going to be project users, okay? Because projects is probably a table that we want users to see, right? They can see the name of the project, etc. But project users is that linkage. We want to be able to limit who has access to this table here. So this is the table that we're going to be setting additional RLS policies on. So we're going to come here, find project users here, and create an additional policy. And as you can see right now, this table is wide open. Everybody can do absolutely anything to this table. And what we're going to do is we are going to change the way that people can update this table, right? So the way that they can insert new records into this table, because while we might want everybody to see who is working on what project, we do not want others to come in and start assigning, removing, adding users to various projects or from various projects. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create 2 policies, one for insert and one for deletes. Okay, so I'm going to select this template to create an insert policy, and I'm going to say insert admin. Okay, only admins can insert. So right now this is true, which means everybody can insert, essentially add users to various projects. But we're going to lock this down, and we're going to be using this condition to lock it down. Okay, we're essentially saying that this is the logged in user. Go ahead, find their roles, and make sure that they either have role 1 or role 2 here. Okay, 1 is admin, role 2 is project management. These are project managers or managers. Otherwise, this operation is going to fail. Okay, and this is the same condition that we're going to be using for deletes as well. Okay, so we're going to say review, save policy, and now we have a policy when it comes to doing inserts. Now, after creating the special insert permission, we want to change this permission so that it's only for selects. Okay, we don't want this thing to remain, right? We want to make it more specific. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say delete, and I'm going to create a new permission that's only for reading, right? A read-only permission. So I'm going to say new permission, and I'm going to do enable read access to everyone. Okay, this is only for select. Before we had all, and so I'm going to say read all. Okay, I'm going to say review. I'm going to save policy. Okay, this is important because you want your policies to be as specific as possible, right? You don't want a policy to be wide open because it's going to override the other policy, right? So we have this insert here that's only for admins, and we have read that's for everyone. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing for deletion. Okay, so I'm going to come in here. I'm going to copy this condition here, and we're going to do the same thing. Okay, I'm going to say new policy, get started quickly. And I'm going to select this delete, and I'm going to change it. Okay, I'm going to say delete admin. This is delete, and I'm going to insert this here. Okay, I'm going to say review. I'm going to say save policy. And now we have locked down that table, right? We have locked it down because delete and insert is only available to admins. Okay, whereas select is available to everyone. And before we try out the app, let's make sure that I am in the right role. So here I am in user roles, and I went ahead and removed myself from all the roles. So as you can see, you don't even see me here. And that is because I'm not in any of the roles. And so looking at these permissions, I should only have access to reading, right? The select statement. I should only have access to seeing stuff in the table. I will not be able to insert. And now let's go back to FlutterFlow and let's see if I can do it. You don't even need to reload this app because this is purely a Supabase change. And so here we are on the projects page. And if I click here, I should not be able to update anybody. I should not be able to remove or delete users. And so let's try it from the start. There are 3 users here. Let me try adding a user. So if I hit update, nothing happens. It doesn't even dismiss itself. That is because it fails before it's able to dismiss itself. And let's say I want to remove a couple of users. Well, if I do that, nothing happens. And that is because I don't have permissions, right? So if we go back to our app here, and let's say we're looking at this project screen, and this thing here, this thing opens up a assigned project. And so if we find assigned project here, we have this update project, we open it up, and then we have these 2 loops that we've created. And so what happens is anytime we try to insert a new row by adding a user, it fails. It fails here, and it doesn't even dismiss it, right? Because it fails here. And the same thing happens here. If we want to delete, it fails. And it doesn't even go down here. It doesn't even display the snack bar or anything. It just fails, okay? And while I was looking at this flow, I realized that this bottom sheet dismissal should be all the way in the end, right? It should be the last thing. And so that is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, that should be here. But regardless, what happens here is anytime we try to insert, it fails, or we try to delete, it fails, and nothing happens. Okay, nothing happens. So this is a big issue. What we can do is we can limit the kinds of people that have access to this button, right? We can disable this button, or we can not show it all together. Let me show you how this can be done. So the first thing that we need to do is when this page loads, we need to figure out if the person who is logged in is able to insert new records, meaning they can add users. And the way that we're going to be doing it is at the top level, we are going to try a query that will test whether the user is able to insert a record into the table by assigning a user. So we're going to come to this action, we're going to open this up, and we're going to do a query. This is just a test query. We're just going to do insert row here, and we're going to select this table. This is project users. And for the fields, what we're going to do is we're going to select this created at field. This is just going to be a dummy record that we're going to delete later. But all we're going to do is we're just going to say current time. And that's it. Now, if this is successful, then this flow is going to continue. If it's not successful, this flow is going to stop right here. And so if it's successful, we want the app to know that the user is able to insert records. And we need to do that by creating a page state variable. So we're going to come here and we're going to say can assign, or can, we're going to call this a Boolean, and we're going to set the initial value to false. Okay, we're going to say confirm. And so here, we're going to come back here. We're going to open this up. Now, if this is successful, we can change that Boolean, that state variable, to true now. Okay, so we're going to say page, update page state variable, can add, and we're going to set value to true. Okay, so at this point, this is going to be true, and we want to rebuild the current page. And here, we're going to make this button, either you can make it conditionally based on the variable, or you can also disable it, right? You can just disable it conditionally as well. I'm going to go ahead and make it conditionally visibility. And so I'm going to search for can add. And so if it's true, this button is going to be displayed. If it's false, it's not going to be displayed, because what purpose it is to display this button if the user cannot, assign users when the dialog box pops up, right? It's just going to make the user more frustrated. Okay, so let's go ahead and reload our app so that you can see how this works. Okay, here's our app. Come here. And as you can see, we no longer see the button. And that is because I'm logged in with the user that does not have access to the right roles. Okay, I'm not in the admin role. I'm not in the project manager role. Now, if I add myself to the project manager role, I should be able to see the button. And so I'm going to go to user roles, and I'm going to assign myself to a project manager role or an admin role. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to find myself 1D, And I'm going to assign myself to the manager role right here. This is role ID 2, which is the one that we're checking for. I'm going to hit save. And now if I reload this, I should be able to see the button and I should be able to assign users. Okay, there's the app. Come back here. And now I see the button. I still don't see this because I'm not in the admin role, but at least I see the button. So now I can click here and I can assign, reassign. I can do everything, right? Because I'm in the project manager role. And so this is a nice little trick to get it working. Now, there's one thing that you want to do is that if you successfully insert this dummy record, you want to delete that dummy record. Okay, so I'm going to say result add here, and I'm going to delete this dummy record. I'm going to say delete row. I'm going to say project users, and we're going to be doing matching, and matching is going to be ID equals to result add ID. Okay, and so what this means is that if this is successful, we want to delete it and we want to update page state. All right, let's go ahead and try out this entire flow here. Let's see if it works. All right, there's the page. And here I see the buttons. I see the buttons here. And if we go back to our table, we don't have anything here because we've created that dummy record and deleted it, okay? All right, so this is a nice way to introduce powerful authorizations in your app. Now, looking at this app, we still have to do the home page, but this is gonna be relatively simple because it's essentially gonna be a dashboard of things that we've already done. Okay, so we can display things like projects that I'm a member of or stuff like that, because this projects overview, right, it lists all the project, right? There's no filter. There's the filter here, but it's all the projects there. But this homepage, we can personalize it. We can customize it just a little bit. So let's go and do that right now real quick. And so what we can do is we can even duplicate it and we can set it as home and we can kind of change it around. So let me go ahead and let me rename this to home 2. And let me go ahead and duplicate this real quick. And I'm going to say home. And then I'm just going to say my projects. And I'm going to remove all this stuff, right? I'm just going to make it really, really simple. And I'm going to change this filter here so that we are looking at only our projects. Okay, now how are we loading this stuff? Well, if we come back here, we're using this project list view. And if we go to our database, this is project list view, and we have this array, users and projects. So we can potentially filter for ourselves in this field here, in this array, right? So let's go back here, let's edit this, and let's create another filter so that we are part of the project. So I'm going to say users and project, list contains, and I'm going to say authenticated user ID. Okay, let's see how that looks. And this should hopefully give us our projects. And before we do that, I want to change this. Well, I want to remove this home because we don't really need that. And this thing here, this home, this is going to be home. So I'm going to set this as home and I'm going to make it first, right? I'm going to go to navbar settings and I am going to make sure it is first. Project list user management. That is cool. Let's take a look at what we have here. Yes, we have the settings. Yes, this should be home. Now this should hopefully go away here and it's gone. Okay, so this is our my projects. We can filter it, review the details below of your recent projects. Okay, this thing right here, this project list, these are all the projects. Review the details below of all. And let's take a look. Do we still using assign? Are we doing anything? Well, we're not doing anything with assign. We can delete that. So this is just new. I think new has things on it. Yeah, right here. And this task list, we have new of your recent tasks. Review the details below of projects task. Let's go ahead and restart the app. Let's create a new session and see how that looks. All right, and there we have it. This is our projects page. This is our home page. Let's go ahead and rename this to home page here. It's easily understood. We have home page here, and these are the projects that I'm working on, right? So if you click the projects, these are the 2 projects, and looks like I am a member on all of these projects. Let's see if that is correct. Come in here. I'm a member of this one and I'm a member of this one. What I can do is I can remove myself as the member and see if I display that. So if I update that, I'm no longer a member on that project. And when I remove myself from one project, I remove myself from both of them. And that is actually a small bug here in our assigned project, because when we are deleting the user right here, we need to filter not only the user ID, but also the project that we're deleting them from. Okay, so I'm going to add a new filter here, and I'm going to say project ID equals to whatever the project that we're dealing with, project ID here, and that way it's only going to delete it from that specific project. So let's go ahead and reload this. I'm glad we caught that bug. All right, here we are, and let me go ahead and assign 4 people here, and now we have 4 people here, and one of them is me. Okay, now I'm here, and let me go ahead and remove myself. So let's say I remove these people here. I remove everybody. And if we come here, I'm not on this project, but I can add myself here. This is me, this last person. Come back here, and I'm here. I'm back here. Remove this last person here. I'm not here, and I did not do anything in this project. So everything works as expected. And here I can add myself back. Come back here, and I'm back here again. Okay, so we might want to remove these buttons on this page just to kind of clean it up. So we can come back here, we can go to our home, and we can remove these buttons. We don't really need them on the home page. Okay, so something like this, even remove that, and just kind of see what's going on. Let's go ahead and reload our app. All right, and there's our app. So as you can see, there are no more actions here. We can come over here and we can do the action. So if I remove myself, I should not see anything. There's nothing there. If I add myself and maybe remove everybody else, I'm the only one here and I see myself. So this is really, really cool. And the fact that we are storing members in that array, we can easily look them up. We can do a filter on ourselves, essentially on the authenticated user. So this is really, really cool. Another thing that I want to quickly add is the user profile page. So if we come back here, click on settings, I want to add one of these pages here. So there's lots and lots of cool pages here that we can add depending on what we want to do. Let's go ahead and add this really simple one. Call it profile. We're going to have, we have this profile here. Let's go add it to the nav bar. There it is, and let's go ahead and customize it a little bit. We can do a query on the top level. This is going to be available for this whole page on profile. Come in here, we can do Supabase query, we can do users extension, and this is going to be a single row, and the filter is going to be us, right? We're going to be filtering on user ID equals to authenticated user, user ID, confirm. Okay, and now we can kind of fill all of this in. So the image is going to be this image here. The path is going to be from this profile URL. The email, we have the authenticated user email, so we can simply get that email here. And logout should do this logout here. Okay, so this looks good. We have a nav bar. Let's go ahead and reload the app, see how that works. All right, here we are. Click here, and this is the user here. We need the name there, and because we're not storing the name, we can simply remove this field, or we can add it later. Okay, but for now, let's go ahead and remove this field, and now we have a very, very clean profile page that we can use to see who is logged in. We can log out, and later on we can also add the name as a field to this table. That's going to allow you to quickly get the name, get all the details, and display it. All right, and here we are back on this page. This is our profile, and here we have the picture, we have the email. We can log out. If we want, we can log in as somebody else, and as a result, we have a cool profile page here that displays the image, email. We have the logout functionality. Later on, we can add some of these extra features as well if they're necessary for our app. Next, we're going to be creating automations using a very, very powerful and easy to use tool called BuildShip. And what this tool allows you to do is that it allows you to link a bunch of actions together and then have that flow triggered as a result of something happening in your app. And so this is fairly complex to do otherwise, and you definitely do not want to do this in FlutterFlow. You want to be using another tool to do this, and that is why we're going to be using this tool called BuildShip. Now, before you even start creating these automations, the first thing that you want to be asking yourself is, what kind of automations do you want to create? In other words, what makes sense for your app? Now, the app that we're building here, this is a project tracking tool. This is a project management, a project tracking app. And so this is a perfect candidate for automations. There's lots and lots of interesting automations that we can create. But right now, I see 2 automations that can be very, very useful to us. The first automation that we can create is that anytime there is a new project created, we can get notified by email or some other method. And so if a project manager creates a new project, it's going to notify us. Okay, that is the first automation. The second automation that I feel is going to be very, very useful in this app is that whenever someone marks a task as done, we want to get notified about it, right? So somebody marks it as done. There's a person that's working on the task. They finished doing whatever they needed to do. They mark it done. In other words, they click here, mark completed. We want to get notified as well. And so right now I see two main automations that we can do. And just like how I said earlier, there's tons and tons of automations that you can do, especially in a mission critical app such as this one, where it's very, very important to track what's happening, right? Is this project assigned? Is this task finished? What is the status of this project? Lots and lots of things are happening in this app. And it's crucial that we track the things that we need to track, right? So let's go ahead and create our first automation that is going to notify us whenever a new project is created. So I'm going to jump over to BuildShip, and I already created an account. So as you can see, I already have an account. Now I already have two workflows here. Okay, so when you log into your BuildShip account, you might not have these, right? In fact, you're probably not going to have any workflows. So you can ignore these two workflows. I created them for another project. You can simply ignore them. But what you're going to do is you're going to click here and you're going to create a new workflow. So I'm going to say this workflow is new project notify. Okay, I'm going to hit create. And now that's going to go ahead and create a new workflow here. Now, the first thing we need to do is we need to create a trigger, right? A workflow needs to be triggered, right? And so you have lots and lots of triggers that you can use, but what we're going to be using is a Supabase trigger, because all of our apps data is being stored in a Supabase database. So it makes a lot of sense to use a Supabase trigger. So we're going to go ahead and add this trigger. And now we need to configure this trigger. Okay, so we need a project reference. And so for that, we can simply click here, project settings. And then you want to click on general. And here you have a reference ID. You want to copy that. You want to jump back into BuildShip and you want to paste it in here. Okay, next, you want to specify what kind of events you are interested in. So whenever somebody creates a new project, this is an insert, right? They're creating a new record in this project's table here, right? They're going to essentially insert a new record. So as you can see, we have two projects, and when a new project is going to be created, it's going to be a new record here. And so here we're going to select insert. That is the only thing we're interested in. The table schema is public, and the table name is going to be projects. Okay, once we fill this out, you want to click here and you want to authenticate. Now, I already added my account, but what you'll need to do is you want to click here, add account, and that's going to pull up this dialog box where you need to give permission to your Supabase account, right? So as you can see, Supabase is asking you to authorize API access for BuildShip app. Okay, this is Supabase itself asking you whether you want to grant permission to this service. And so you want to select your project and click this green button here, authorize BuildShip.app. That is exactly what I did. And as a result, I already have my project here. Okay, and when you select it, this is going to be blue, right? If you don't have it selected, it's going to be this orange color. Okay, so now with it selected, the next thing that you want to do is you want to decide what you want to happen after this event happens, right? So after a new project is created, what do we want to happen? So we can click here. And there's lots of things that we can do, right? We can send an email. You can just search for an email. You have all of these options here. You can use Gmail as well. You can also, you type Telegram and you can send a Telegram message as well. There's so many things that you can do. And so let's say we want to send an email. And so I'm going to select email. I'm going to select Gmail here. And now I need to authenticate my Gmail account. I'm going to select continue. And here we've authenticated our Gmail account. So we can use this to send email. And here you want to put the sender email. So let's say this is james@james.com. The receiver email subject is new project created. And email message, we can type a message, or we can use one of the parameters, one of the dynamic values that are available to us as a result of this new project being created. So we can simply click here and we can select a variable. So we have this request body and we have a lot of stuff happening here, right? So we have the old record, we have the type, we have the table, we have the record here. So you want to pick the record, and you can just use this record here, okay? You can just select this record, and we're pretty much done. It's a very, very simple workflow. Obviously, you can add more things to it. You can make it as complex as you want, but we're pretty much done. So here I'm going to click on ship, and we're going to deploy this workflow here. And as you can see, this was successfully deployed, right? We don't have any errors. We don't have any issues. And now if you head back to your Supabase account and you click on database, and you click on triggers, you should see a trigger here, right? So it created a trigger, a custom trigger in our Supabase account. And as you can see, it's on this table. It's a special trigger, and it's going to get triggered after we insert a new record, and we're going to get an email. And so now that we've created this workflow here, let's go ahead and start up our app, and let's try creating a new account and see if we receive the email that a new account has been created. All right, so here's our app. Let's go ahead and try creating a new project here. So we currently have 2 projects. Let's create a new project. So this is going to be a project, and we'll just call it Write a Blog Article about traveling in Europe. Okay, and this is a description. We'll just make it the same. Add new project. And as you can see, we have a new row created here in our projects table. And if I go into my Gmail account, we have a new email here, new project created. But it says here object, which is exactly what we're passing. Now, if you go into BuildShip here and you click here and you take a look at the logs, you will see the structure of the object, right? So if you scroll down, you can see everything that happened essentially, right? So if you scroll up, you're going to see that this is an insert event, and you're going to see all the stuff here. You're going to see the record. This is the old record here. And as you can see, old record is null, but the record itself has a lot of stuff in it, right? And so what we can do is we can modify, and we can actually use the fields here. So we can say name. We can also use description as well in our email. And what we're going to do is we're going to click here, and instead of record, we're going to say name. And we can also add description here. We can say description. And because we have a space here, we need to surround it by backticks. Okay. And when we do that, it tells us that we need to do this here, and put a $sign like this. And that way we can put something like name and description. And now when we create a new project, the email that this is going to send is going to be a little bit more descriptive. And now we click on ship. That's going to deploy our modified workflow here. Come back to our app. And let's go ahead and create a new project. So let's say this project is about another project about travel in Spain. Project about travel in Spain, add new project, go back to our database, we see a new record here. This is a new record. I see an email message, and this is what it says: name, another project about travel in Spain, and description, the same thing, another project about travel in Spain. And so you can obviously customize everything here. You can customize the subject, you can customize the description, you can customize a ton of stuff. And this is really, really nice because you immediately get a notification when something happens. Now, while we were creating these projects, we experienced a small bug. None of these projects are being displayed here. Now, why is this? Well, the reason, because we have a filter here that filters projects with a status of new. And when we create projects, they have a status of something else, active. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to come back here. We need to select this new project, and we want to make sure that when it does create it, it sets the status to new. Okay, and that way these projects are going to be displayed. And we can also change it to new here, change this one as well. And now we're going to see these projects here. Okay, now if we click here, we see the 2 projects here. There's some wrapping issues that we can quickly fix as well. Project list here, and what we need to do is we need to select this, and what you want to do is you want to put this text here in its own column, and you want to put this thing in its own column as well. And then on this column, you want to maximize the amount of space that it takes. And this column right here, you want to make sure that it takes the minimal amount of space there, okay? And that way you can refresh it. And as a result, we no longer have this overflow problem. We can also make sure that we left justified this text here. Let's go ahead and do that. Now it's left justified. Go ahead and refresh that. All right, and there we have it. That looks a lot better, and everything fits without any issues. Now, the second automation that I want to create is going to be active whenever somebody clicks this button. So whenever any task is marked completed, we are going to get notified, and we're going to get notified via email again. So it's going to be a very, very similar automation, but you can obviously change it and get notified some other way. So we're going to head back into BuildShip. We're going to create a new automation here. I'm going to say task done, notify. I'm going to come here, add the trigger, add a Supabase trigger, add this trigger right here. We're going to click here and we can see that our account is already selected. The project reference is going to be the same as before. Click here, general, copy this, head back here, paste it in there. Now for events, this time this is going to be an update event, because if we go back to our database and we go into tasks, this is a status change, right? So as you can see, we have a status and we're going to be updating a status. So this is no longer going to be an insert. We're going to say update. And for table schema, still public, table name is tasks, right? Let me double check that. It is tasks. Okay. Next, we're going to click here. We're going to search for Gmail. We're going to say send email. I have my old account still connected. Just going to put a sender email here, receiver email. Email subject is going to be task, okay? And email message, well, we're going to click here. We have the variables, request body, and we have the same request body because we have the same trigger as before. We're going to select a record, and on record, you can simply list the fields that you care about. And here we're going to get the entire record that was modified. And so maybe we're interested in the description or maybe the ID. Let's just go with description for now. So I'm going to jump back and I'm going to put description. And this right here is going to be the entire body. And that way we at least know whether, we're getting the right trigger. Okay, I'm going to hit ship. We're going to deploy this workflow here. Okay, it's successfully deployed. And let's go back to our app. Let's say we are looking at this travel report and there's one task here and it's new. So I'm going to click on this task and I'm going to mark it as completed. And hopefully I'm going to get an email. So I'm going to say mark completed. It's done. And let's check our database. It's done. We only have 2 tasks. Both of them are done. And here's the email. Task completed. And the body is edit the final product, which is the exact body in this task here as a description for this task. So as you can see, this also works perfectly. And you can also check out the logs, right? So you can do auto fetch. It's going to fetch the logs here. And there you see success. And you can kind of go through it. And you can see everything that's happening. You can see the record. You can see all the details where it was sent. So as you can see update, as you can see here, you can also see the old record, right? So when you're doing updates, you're not going to get just the new record. You're also going to get the old record. So this is the old record and its status is new. And this is the new record. Status is done. So you can take a look at the old record and you can take a look at the new record and you can send both of these records. You can send both of these pieces of data as an email. So lots of interesting things that you can do. And obviously you can make each of these workflows a lot more powerful. But I just wanted to show you how to get this Supabase trigger working and how to send a very, very simple email. But here, if you press plus, you can see all the things that you can do with it. There's lots and lots of things that you can do with it, and lots of things are being added on a regular basis. Now, this is an amazing app, but there's still so many things that you can add to it. You can customize it, you can add new functionality, you can remove existing functionality, or you can take some of this functionality that I built into this app and you can use in some of your own apps. There's some really nice things that I've done here. You got to agree, some really nice flows, the assignment flows, some of the other flows, the authorizations, lots and lots of goodies, lots and lots of tips and tricks that I'm 100% certain you will be able to find something here that you can use in some of your other apps, as well as improve this exact app here. And the easiest way to do that is by cloning this app, or at least viewing this app in front of you. And you can do just that by joining our amazing Patreon community. Because when you join our amazing Patreon community, you're not only going to get access to this app, you're not only going to get unrestricted, unlimited access to this app, you're also going to get unlimited access to all the apps that I built. They're all on my Patreon, all the apps on my channel. And just like with this app, you'll be able to view and or clone all of the other apps as well. And so I've built apps in all kinds of niches, doing all kinds of things. So it doesn't matter what you're trying to do. Chances are I've built a similar app and it's already on my channel and it's already available for you to clone from my Patreon page. And not only that, when you join our amazing Patreon community, you're also going to get access to some extra amazing content. You're going to get access to things such as Q&As, live streams, behind the scenes content, and also our Patreon supported masterclass series where I do deep dives on topics, tools, apps that the community wants to learn more about. And this is something that I've been doing consistently, and everybody absolutely loves this from the feedback that I have been getting. And so if you're looking to level up your no-code game, you're looking to take your no-code knowledge up a notch or up 10 notches, then you definitely need to become a member of our amazing Patreon community. Because when you become a member, above all, you're going to be supporting this channel and supporting my work. And that is greatly, greatly appreciated. And so if you've enjoyed this tutorial and you love no code, then I sincerely hope to see you inside of our amazing, rapidly growing Patreon community.